here in our Bridal Design Gallery will you find Gabriel & Company, A. Jaffe, Hearts on Fire, and the legendary Takori.
Thousands of diamond engagement rings from every style and every price range.
If it's on her Pinterest page, it's here.
Add to that our famous Williams Jewelers Diamond Bar with almost every size, shape, and price range diamond.
And our expert diamond professionals will help you put it all together perfectly.
At the guaranteed best price in Colorado. We even have flexible payment terms for qualified buyers, so you can do this today.
That's why more couples say, will you, with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
The playoffs bring out the teams that perform when the pressure is highest and every possession matters. When you're bidding an electrical project, you don't want a streaky shooter. You want a team with a 40-year winning record. That's Piper Electric. From commercial construction to EV charging, fire alarms, power distribution, and preventative maintenance, their electricians are safety-driven, highly skilled, and ready for complex environments. So when your project goes out for bids, take the high percentage shot. Visit piperelectric.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
SodaDietAndNutrition.com. It's where you need to go, or call them up, 866-800-SODA. Cecil Lammy here, and 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back, never gaining the weight back. Why? Because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, and I had a real nutritionist available to me via text whenever I had questions, concerns, or just straight up needed that encouragement. Looking and feeling 10 years younger, you want the same thing? SodaDietAndNutrition.com, 866-800-SODA, because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Spring dust, pollen, and debris clog Denver's ACs. Fix It 24/7 Spring AC Deep Clean removes buildup. First-time customers pay $39. Look now at fixmyhome.com before summer heat hits.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The
I haven't been able to say that in such a long time, as that was my old intro for the show. And of course, we got Can I Kick It, but usually I come in blaring some Testament there. But good morning, everyone. Good Thursday morning. We got a big day for you on the program, because we've got to talk about the New York Knicks taking down the San Antonio Spurs. We've got to talk about the Broncos and their OTAs, and we've got to talk more about this Jared Bednar thing, which Zach Bly certainly going ham about. So we've got a ton to get to. As always, you know how we start things on the show. We do Tribe Roll Call. We do Trucker Roll Call as well. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck today? 303-713-1043. It's that ramoslaw.com text line. And, of course, our YouTube chat. It's powered by Champ Honda. Want to see you in there as well as we discuss all things Denver sports and a little bit outside of Denver sports because, of course, yes, what's up, YouTube? I am wearing Knicks gear again because the New York Knicks got it done against the San Antonio Spurs in, I don't know, improbable fashion. Last night was an incredible match. It was incredible entertainment. I said that after game one of the Stanley Cup final. I said, hey, if Vegas and Carolina are going to give us that sort of entertainment as sports fans, and especially with the NBA perhaps not being as exciting of a product as it used to be. Perhaps with the NBA not quite being where it used to be in terms of our priorities, and also because hockey and the playoffs and the popularity and has grown and the casual fans that are jumping on board with the NHL. So I said yesterday, Adam Silver, you need to make the call. You need to make this thing entertaining. You need to get people excited about the NBA Finals. And, well, I know you may be a Nuggets fan out there, and maybe you hate the New York Knicks. Maybe you're like my man Josh Dover, who just grew up hating the Knicks, and you can't help yourself. But after a rough start and an injury scare, Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks turned things on, being down by 14. And, by the way, this has a feel, in a way, kind of like you would with the Avs before the Vegas series, where if you're down, you're never going to be out. If you're down, it's fine. You're totally fine. When the Knicks were down by 14, I was like, yeah, sounds about right. You know, as a long-suffering fan, I'm like, yeah, probably not going to see what I need to see in game one. Kind of, you feel things out in game one. And for me, and I understand the shooting was pretty terrible on both sides. I think it was 41%. Alex, you can correct me if I'm wrong, for the Knicks, and then 36%, top of my head, for the Spurs. So neither team shot great, but I never got the feeling that the Knicks were rusty at all in the game last night, which is incredible because you had 8 days off. And you thought during that stretch, we always talk about it, rest or rust, you thought the Knicks would be a little bit rusty and maybe getting down by 14. That showed their rust. I didn't feel like they had rust last night, but in watching that contest and being excited, of course, about that great comeback in that third quarter led by Karl Anthony Towns, Big Cat was out there turning things around defensively, attacking Wemby. I mean, there's several keys. Went through them yesterday on the show. Big E texted him. Shout out Big E about, like, how do you beat Wemby? That's all I wanted to know. How do you beat Wemby? How do you make it happen? And, well, they did it because you were able to be physical with Wemby. You were able to attack Wemby. You were able to go at him with Karl Anthony Towns in a way that I didn't really see. Game one. Now, game two will be a different story. All that. The Knicks haven't won anything, but the team that wins game one, I believe I saw the stat last night. The team that wins games one gets a 70% chance to win the series. So things are looking pretty good. Things are off to a good start for the New York Knicks, but it's one of those things where it's one game. How does Wemby and company respond? They obviously were cold from the field. They obviously maybe got a little bit too big for their britches with that 14-point lead. New York was able to climb back, battle back, fight back. And Alex, I like what you said in the group chat last night where you said it was the power of friendship. Right? How do you beat Wemby? You have tenacity, you have some physicality, and you have the power of friendship for those New York Knicks. So what was also something I was keeping track of last night and watching the Knicks, enjoying the Knicks, and just kind of being a nervous Nelly about the New York Knicks, I was also thinking, just like I was in game one of the Stanley Cup final, when I watch the way that Carolina plays, and I think about how would the Colorado Avalanche have matched up, I feel pretty good about the Avs winning the Stanley Cup if they were to have gotten by Vegas. Of course, they didn't. I've talked ad nauseum, seemingly, about the kind of admiration that I have for the Vegas Golden Knights and the way that they play. Again, I hate them. I hate the VJK. I hate no vowels, like whatever. I hate the Vegas Golden Knights, but I pure respect the way that they skate 5-1, the way that they play defense, the way Torts has, just such control of his team, the way they respond to their coach. It's fascinating to watch. Again, hate him, but fascinating to watch. But as I watched that game one of the Stanley Cup final, I thought, the Avs could totally hang with Carolina. I didn't think that about the Denver Nuggets at all whatsoever on either side of the court. Didn't think that with the Spurs, with the way that they played. Didn't think that with the Knicks either in the way that they played. And perhaps, again, I might be the wrong person to ask because as a long-suffering Knicks fan, I always felt whoever's coming from the East, you're going to get waxed by whoever's coming from the West, whether that's Denver. That seems so far from reality right now. Whether that's San Antonio, who's there, whether that's OKC, who would have been there had they gotten past San Antonio. I felt that whoever comes out of the East, they're going to get waxed. The West is just that much better. I am not so sure. And I know before the series, before this thing kicked off, a lot of people were saying that, like, watch out for the Knicks. They're a really good team. They're a good team that maybe doesn't match up as well to San Antonio as others would, but they're a good team. They're not just taking care of a poor Eastern Conference. But in watching the game last night, whereas I felt the Avs could have hung with at least Carolina, and of course, hell, just getting a win against Vegas would have been nice in the postseason. But either way, I felt the Avs would have been like right there. I did not get that same feeling last night in watching the NBA Finals in Game 1 and thinking like, hey, what would the Nuggets be? Would the Nuggets be right there? Could the Nuggets hang with what the Knicks were bringing to the court? Could the Nuggets hang with what San Antonio was bringing to the court? My answer was no. I didn't even think that it would be really even close with these teams. If the Nuggets were to make the NBA Finals, I feel like they wouldn't, well, one, they'd have to get through San Antonio and even OKC. That's not going to happen. Not in this current iteration, not with their current injury situations. Everybody's got to get healthy, whatever they do with Payton Watson. Million thing to talk about with the Nuggets. I just thought it was interesting if I juxtapose the difference between the way that I felt with the Stanley Cup Final and then the way that I felt with the NBA Finals. I felt good about the Avs' chances if they were to face Carolina, you know, in a kind of a what-if scenario. This is what we have to do, by the way, as Denver sports fans. We have to dream. We have to daydream. We have to fantasize. Yes, I'm going to get dirty right in the first segment. Spivak, don't let me go here. We have to fantasize about what if the scenarios, what if would happen if the Avs would have made it through Vegas. How would that have looked? I think it would look pretty good. Now, again, still could have gone 6 or 7, could have been high scoring, all that. I never got that feeling that the Nuggets even belonged on the same court as either San Antonio or the New York Knicks. So what do you feel? Is it just me? Did I have a bad slice of pizza? Actually, didn't eat any pizza, unfortunately, last night. But, like, celebrating the Knicks win, looking forward to what the rest of the NBA Finals have, knowing that San Antonio is going to punch back, but also at the same time, watching that game and knowing Denver doesn't have what it takes to be on that court in that situation. Not with this current iteration, not with David Alderman. And that was so opposite of the way that I felt about the Avs. So I want to know from you, did you get the same feeling there as I did in terms of like, wow, this Nuggets team wasn't really as close as that number 3 seed and all those wins and that run they went on would have led us to believe. A couple of ways you can chime in on the show. Of course, Tribe roll call, 303-713-1043. It's the RamosLaw.com text line. And, of course, our YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda. I'm always on YouTube, like literally always on YouTube. So everyone check in there. I want to know, how would you have felt had the Nuggets been able to get through when you watch those two teams? Did you get the same feeling I did, which is these Nuggets team has a lot of work to do. It is Dover and Cecil with Dover, my man on assignment, and I'm Cecil Lammy riding solo. Alex Botello on the ones and twos. Got Hockey Gandalf wandering around here as well. Welcome into today's program. Broncos OTAs, of course, kicking off. And with some trades and roster moves, let's look back at the Broncos schedule and decide if we want to change any of the outcomes based on projections, based on the Myles Garrett trade. Anyone changing projections for these Broncos? Let's talk about it next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. Denver's recent hailstorm hit hard. Golf ball size hail damaged shingles, cracked siding, dented gutters. You might not see it from the ground, but your roof took a beating. And I don't want you to wait around for a leak to find out. Call Monarch Construction and Roofing today for your free no-obligation storm damage inspection. Monarch works directly with your insurance company, so you don't have to. Monarch Construction and Roofing, your local Denver storm damage experts. Visit monarchroofing.com to schedule your appointment today. Monarch Roofing is your official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all three with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Dover and Cecil rocking with you from 10 to 2. Josh Dover is on assignment, so Cecil and me riding solo with you and talking about the Denver Broncos. Of course, Broncos OTAs open up today. And our man, Kevin Kistner, is out there at Broncos OTAs with bells on, I'm sure, Kev. And, of course, hoping to hear from our Broncos insider from 9 News, Mike Kliss. That's coming up a little bit later in the program. In the meantime, Tribe Roll Call. It's 303-713-1043. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? And also on our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Honda. Check us out, Denver Sports on YouTube. We want to hear from you, and I will read some of your texts. I will read some of your YouTube chats. I'll hear from Alex. Maybe can get Hockey Gandalf in on here with me as well. But we're going to talk about the Denver Broncos and looking back at the Broncos schedule. Do you want to make any changes to the outcomes? I had picked, and I had said this before the schedule came out, I was insistent. And I was insistent for a couple of reasons. One, I was insistent that this team would not win 13. I would not pick 13 wins for the Broncos again. One, knowing the schedule would be different. They're the number 1 seed in the AFC. Their schedule's going to be tough. Although if you look at the toughest schedules in the league based on the ESPN Football Power Index, the Broncos aren't even in the top 5. But the beginning of that schedule is incredibly tough. And it's one of those things where, all right, in those first 6 games, are you 3-3? Are you 2-4? Are you 4-2? What's the number? What's the total? And then can you make a run after that for the rest of your schedule? Now, there's been some things that have happened in the schedule. Of course, we had the Myles Garrett move by the Los Angeles Rams as they push all their chips and everyone else's chips into the middle of the table to make their Super Bowl run. So the question today for you out there and for myself to work through, did you want to make any changes based on the schedule and then kind of the predictions here from not only ESPN Football Power Index, the wise guys in Vegas, etc., saying, well, the Broncos, in only 3 games, the Broncos don't have at least a 50% chance of winning. So do you feel better about that, or do you feel a little bit more nervous about that? Not necessarily just because of the Myles Garrett trade, but just now looking at what everyone else is doing. New England adding A.J. Brown, of course. That was no mystery that would ever happen. So how are you feeling now? Because when the schedule first comes out, I like to take that first swipe where I'm not really looking at the spoilers yet. I'm just kind of reacting in real time. This is what I feel about the Denver Broncos. And as someone who said, ad nauseum, I said, I'm not going to pick the Broncos to get 13 wins. I went through the schedule with my man Andrew Mason on Orange and Blue Today. Watch us on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. What's up, YouTube? And I had him at 13 wins. So I was like, wait a second. I had spent the entire offseason post the AFC Championship game in the stupid chest pass from Jarrett Stidham that I will never get over. Sorry, Jarrett. Sorry, Stiddy. I don't want you on this team. I don't think you deserve to be on the Denver Broncos if you're going to dummy up like that and throw a stupid chest pass in an AFC Championship with everything on the line, a trip to the Super Bowl on the line. I'm not going to be very supportive of Jarrett Stidham being still on this team. But after that game, after that horrible game, after that nightmare scenario where I had to see Jarrett Stidham out there, I thought, okay, guess what? They're not going to win 13 games. That's not going to happen for this team. Then I went through the schedule, as I do every single year, as I did last year, and I said they'd win 13, and then they won 14. And not only did I say they'd win 13, but I said they'd win 13, and then almost everybody at my station, at my work, my coworkers, my friends, my work family said I was crazy. They said, you're acting crazy. I said, Spivak, I'm not acting. I said, this Broncos team's going to win 13 games. And then I was totally wrong. They won 14. How confident am I that they're going to win 13 games again when I totally didn't want to say 13? Now, 13 is an elite number. The reason that I picked 13 is because the best of the best of the best are in that 12 to 13 range. And that's where, are you really a Super Bowl contender? It doesn't mean that you can't be a 11-win wild card team and make a run and go win a Super Bowl. That can happen. That has happened. It'll happen again. I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm just saying when you win 13, the number is 13. When you get to that win total, you are among the NFL's elite. I do believe the Broncos are still there. I could easily make the argument they're the 3rd best team in the NFL. I'm going to genuflect to Seattle, although I think the Rams might be the best team in the NFC. And then in the AFC, it's not New England. New England's not the best team in the AFC. It's not Buffalo. It is the Denver Broncos. Not Baltimore. They got to get there first. Not Cincinnati. It's not the Chargers. And yeah, it's not even the Chiefs. with Pat Mahomes coming back from his knee injury. It is the Denver Broncos. But now looking at this, looking at the games lined up on the schedule where the Broncos have at least a 50% chance of winning, there's only 3 games that they don't. And that's where you say, okay, are the Broncos better or worse than we initially thought based on the first schedule, whenever it came out, less than a month ago, whatever, a little bit over a month ago, whatever the number is? Do you feel a little bit different now? Because I feel very secure in my statement and my prediction, although I was shaken when I ended up with 13 at the end of the exercise. Because, again, I'm not adding up the total. I'm not doing a running total. 1, I'd have to have a brain that would be able to do that running total. And 2, that's just not my process. Trust the process, right? My process was picking the games as the schedule comes out. I did that. I had them at 13. Where do you have them now? Where if you look at what this team can be and who they're going to face early on in the schedule in that first 6 weeks, is that really the tell of the tale? Like if they start 2-4, let's say it's disaster at the beginning of the season for the Denver Broncos, I am not going to be concerned at all whatsoever. They start 2-4. People are saying it's not working with Davis Webb. Like, imagine that. It's one of those things, like if you look forward, you fast forward this thing, imagine what we're going to be talking about if the Broncos begin the season and they're less than 500. If they're 500, no one had better be losing their mind anyway. Not with Sean Payton, not with Bo Chapman-Nix, not with Vance Joseph and that glorious Broncos defense. Nobody should be getting over their skis about anything. I told you. I don't want to hear any of that. If we get past those first 6 games and the Broncos are 3-3 or 2-4, even though that sucks, being 500 or less than 500, it's not over. And as Peyton Manning would say, there ain't nothing easy out there. There's nothing easy out there. So because of that, I really want to train myself and then get all of Broncos country to realize and recognize, hey, this thing might be off to a rough start, but they can still get to 13 wins. This thing might be off to a rough start, and they can still be among the NFL's elite. This thing might get off to a rough start, and they still can make a run at a Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is not won in September. Super Bowl is not won in October. Now, you get past that, obviously you can't just suck and then turn it on in December. But, just know there's got to be some patience involved in looking at this Broncos schedule and how things are going to unfold. So I just want to remind everyone and just remind myself, basically, to continue to have said patience here. It is Dover and Cecil. My man Josh Dover is on assignment, so I'm riding solo here on the show. And just a reminder, is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Well, join DenverSports 104.3 The Fan for our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp, Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Bronco players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, Brandon Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. And for more information and to register your child, head to DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp. How many Colorado coaches are in their final year here? Yeah, I'm going to talk about Jared Bednar. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Deion Sanders. And yeah, I'm going to talk about David Adelman. Who's on the hot seat? Who's in their final year? We'll talk about it all next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City? just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. Young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303-LAW-4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303-LAW-4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303-LAW-4040.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Now at McDonald's, everyone can get more of what they want, when they want it, with McValue. You can choose your wake-up call. You can choose your study meal, or even your drive-through dinner.
Ah, the sun is rising, and our breakfast prices are falling. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and more for under $3 each. Limited time only. Price or participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. With all these Bluebird days in Colorado, enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. All June, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade, with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing available. Visit gobluebirdco.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We are fresh today here on Dover and Cecil with Dover out today. I am riding solo with you. Want to see what you're talking about on our YouTube chat powered by Sean Honda. Ramoslaw.com text line is 303-713-1043. And how many coaches are in their final year here? And what does that mean for the teams that we love? Deion Sanders, David Adelman, Jared Bednar. Let's have a discussion about this. And again, I want to hear from you as to what the future holds. Think about the future, Eckhart, and think about the future of our beloved Denver sports team. Who is here in that final year, and who is most likely to be in their final year? If I take those three, Deion Sanders, David Adelman, Jared Bednar, how do I rank those in order of, who's most likely to be here longer than just this 1 year? Well, to me, honestly, it'd probably be Jared Bednar. We'll wait to see what happens with his contract situation. Do you really want a lame duck coach? How can they progress, of course, in the postseason to go win the cup? Is it truly cup or bust? I know my man ZB has been, I don't know, is it unfair to say Zach Bye has been losing his mind about it a little bit? Spivak, I got to get Hockey Gandalf in on this because I haven't caught everything that Zach has said, but I caught a little bit yesterday in Crosstalk. He actually said he agreed with James Marilat. So is Zach okay?
Short answer, no. Because if you start going down that realm where you start agreeing with James Marilat,
right,
you probably need to be checked out a little bit. Like, something's up. He's angry. He's still angry about it.
Right.
Now, the fact that he is starting to agree with James a little bit of kind of where he was coming from, it's like it's a little worrisome, it's a little bothersome, but it's not entirely unreasonable to understand why he might be agreeing with James.
There's a lot of frustration there from Zach By when it comes to Jared Bednar. I know that the Stanley Cup is the toughest trophy to win in all of sports. I know that Jared Bednar certainly has the respect of Super Joe, all that, loves him. In fact, love of Joe Sakic. You could easily say that. Lame duck head coach, I don't like that idea, but also it's also an uncomfortable time to think about extension for Jared Bednar because, well, guess what? Your team keeps falling short. So I can see both sides. I just can't see ever agreeing with James Marilat.
Can you see a scenario, though, like if they do go into a lame duck situation? Because I've always kind of been of the mindset you extend him. Like, you either fire him or you extend him. You got to do one of the two.
Right.
Going in with a lame duck never typically works. But if you want to truly make it a cup or bust season next year, wouldn't that put maybe the amount of pressure for that on Jared Bednar if he knows, hey, this is my last year. This is like my make or break. Let's, you know what, get off the pot type of year. Like, this puts all the pressure in the world on him. Would that maybe be a good thing or the kick in the butt that maybe the team overall would need?
Yeah, and, you know, it's not – nobody has a lifetime contract. So perhaps that's the key for Jared Bednar. In fact, we've had off-air discussions about what happened. Was it execution? Was it coaching? Honestly, it's both. It's column A and it's column B. What is that formula to get this guy over the top with the Colorado Avalanche? But I think Bednar, if we talk about Bednar, Adelman, and Dion, he's the one at the top of the list that could be here longer than just this year. I don't look at Dion as being at the top of the list of who could be beyond this year. I'm actually kind of surprised Deion Sanders is still here as the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes. And if it doesn't work with the Go-Go and with Juju, I don't know how long Deion Sanders is going to be here. David Adelman, I've made my opinions known clear. I don't think he should be the coach. He's still going to be the coach probably for a year, probably going to waste time with the Nuggets. So when I rank them, like, okay, here's coaches could be in the final year. Who could be longer than the 1 year? Bednar's at the top. Do you agree or no?
I would agree with that, specifically just from like an able to compete standpoint. Because who's the closest to being able to actually win a championship?
It's Colorado Avalanche.
It's clearly the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah.
Yes, I know they fell short. I know it didn't go well against Vegas. The team still won a President's Trophy. They were still the best team in hockey in the regular season. And they looked like they were well on the way to winning a cup until they ran into the buzzsaw that was the Vegas Golden Knights. You look at David Adelman, you watch, I mean, you mentioned earlier in the show, Cecil, you watch the Spurs, you watch the Knicks, you watch the Thunder. You see the Nuggets aren't even close.
Yeah.
We thought they were going into the season. We thought they were maybe
number
mid-season.
3 seed.
Yeah, they're not even close. You watch what CU has done over that last year with Dion. Now, am I optimistic maybe that bringing in Brendan Marion can kind of kickstart this thing? Like, you're not having to worry about Pat Shurmur and what the heck he's doing anymore. You know, the awful fit that he had with Juju Lewis. So am I optimistic that things could go in a more positive direction with CU? Yeah. But there's also with Dion, the health factor that you have to counter in, which is part of the reason why I think it kind of gives CU like a little bit of an out to say, well, you know, maybe it's time to kind of move on from Dion from that aspect. Maybe Dion says, you know what, my health's not doing so great.
Right.
It's probably time for me to move on, knowing full well that, hey, if things go somewhat successful for them this year, you've got a possible head coach in waiting in Brendan Marion, who was just a head coach at Sacramento State.
Right, and could have been one of the biggest appeal for him to take that next step from Sac State to Colorado, thinking, hey, what's the future here in Boulder? If it works with Juju, and by the way, if it works, we're talking about some sort of bowl game. You know, Alamo Bowl. If Go-Go works and if Marion works and Juju looks outstanding, and we hope that he does, we're talking about some sort of Alamo Bowl type of thing. But that's not championship. That's not the same zip code, area code that Jared Bednar lives in with his team in the Colorado Avalanche. That's clearly championship or bust still again. And honestly, and I'm kind of half doing, more of what Zach said, Drew, so correct me if I'm wrong. It's still cup or bust. I know Zach was trying to say yesterday, and if I'm misrepresenting what he said, he might call me, but just correct me because I don't want to get it wrong. The whole thing of it's not cup or bust if Jared Bednar's here. Yeah, it still is.
Well, what does bust mean? I think that's the question.
Okay.
Because I think in theory, everybody went into this season saying, okay, well, I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people went into this season going, all right, if they don't win the Stanley Cup, changes are afoot.
Right.
Jared Bednar is probably going to be gone. I wasn't one of them that was on that train because I've seen just how much they love Jared Bednar. I mean, did you hear Chris McFarland yesterday in his press with Nashville?
He did not want to go.
He did not want to go. But he also, the way he spoke of Jared Bednar, the way he spoke about Jared Bednar before the playoffs even started, you can tell they weren't going to move on from him no matter what. So that, again, brings back, what does bust mean? Because, and I think that's Zach's point, because if you're not going to fire the head coach after falling short in the Western Conference Final, as they did, then what does bust mean? What does it actually mean? And I think there's probably some truth to that mindset from him.
Yeah, there's some truth there. So define bust, define what that means. Keep your mind out of the gutter, and let us know what you think on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Also our YouTube chat, powered by Champ Honda. And what do you think, and who is the coach that could be here longer than just this next season? Jared Bednar, not only what Chris McFarland said, Spivak, I'll go back to what Tort said after sweeping the Avalanche. Hey, take it easy on that guy. That's a good head coach over there. That's a well-respected head coach over there.
And who do you blame the most for the Avalanche losing? Do you blame the head coach, or do you blame the players that were on the ice that just, quite frankly, didn't show up when they needed to show up? And yes, there are factors there, and I know nobody wants to hear it, but they were a really beat-up hockey team. You didn't have the best, well, one of the best defensemen in the NHL based on the awards in Cale Makar for the first two games. There's no way he was even close to full strength in games 3 and 4.
Our buddy Evan Rawal said he was having trouble getting his skates off.
Exactly. You didn't have Nathan McKinnon for the better part of game 3. Game 4, he was not in a good spot. You could tell he wasn't regular Nathan McKinnon. You can go down the list. Look at 4 of their 6 defensemen in this series were banged up. The only ones that we don't know for sure that were banged up were Brett Kulak and Devon Toews. And who knows? Maybe they were. You go to the forward group. Nichushkin, Lehkonen, McKinnon, Kadri. We know those 4 were dealing with some sort of an injury. So while I know nobody wants to hear the injury excuse, and I'm not making an excuse, I'm not saying it's the reason why they lost. I'm saying it's a reason why they lost.
Yeah,
but,
major reason.
And look at the Stanley Cup Final right now. You got Vegas. They're fully healthy.
Yep.
Carolina, they are fully healthy. The Avalanche just weren't. Now, would this result have changed if they were fully healthy? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
I don't think they would have been swept.
I don't think they would have been swept either. I think it would have been a much more competitive series. Not that it wasn't competitive, but they would have had a much better chance of moving on had they all been healthy. But that's a part of it. And I look at it and say, listen, Jared Bednar did everything he could to put the team in position to win. Logan O'Connor basically said it after Game 4. He says, we deviated a lot from what the game plan was.
Yeah.
Because Vegas got into their heads. To me, that's more on the players. This is professional hockey. It's more on the players than it is the head coach, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the head coach and Jared Bednar here for another year, maybe a little bit longer than that. What would you think if Bedsy gets that extension? 303-713-1043, that RamosLaw.com text line, and our YouTube chat, which is powered by Champ Honda. Just go to youtube.com and check out Denver Sports, where you can watch all of our great shows. And remember, summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. Thank you, Alex. Here's what you get. 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, a pop-up tent, Bluetooth speaker, and a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler. Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. It is Dover and Cecil with Dover out. I am riding solo with you, and we've got the Rockies to talk about. Of course, the loss last night, not much fun. And, of course, some news from around the National Football League that might affect the Denver Broncos. What is it? We'll tell you next.
parents. Looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Buying or selling a home? Let a Weichert agent guide you every step of the way to get the best price on your timeline with the least amount of stress for your peace of mind. Now that's smart real estate. Weichert, the bright choice. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able. Bring Able to the table.
Don't miss out on the biggest savings of the year at Cresco Restaurant Equipment's 4-day expo sale, June 10th through 13th in Aurora. Huge discounts on their entire inventory of restaurant equipment and supplies. Factory reps on hand and giveaways. Search Cresco Denver Expo for details.
If you're looking for an SUV that's ready for anything Colorado throws at you, Schomp Honda has you covered with the 2026 Honda Passport. It's bold, rugged, and built for the adventurer in all of us. Whether it's a mountain trail or a Monday morning commute, the 2026 Passport can handle it with ease. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you get a fair price up front, one advisor from start to finish, and way less time at the dealership. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
The playoffs are full of surprises. Underdogs, overtime thrillers, sudden upsets. But when it comes to your facility's electrical systems, you don't want surprises. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has powered complex commercial and industrial projects. From large-scale distribution to fire alarms and preventative maintenance, their licensed electricians help reduce downtime, control cost, and keep operations running smoothly. Got a project coming up? Don't leave it to chance. Include Piper Electric in your bid process. Visit piperelectric.com.
Discover wants everyone to feel special. That's why they double all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'd ask if you like the band orgy, but I don't want to get in trouble. So let's talk about the National Football League and some news and notes from around the NFL, some that impacts the Denver Broncos, potentially, and some that, well, we can look back on and remember it fondly. Because there was a time years ago, and I think it was at Brothers Barbecue, I told Stokely and Zach, that's how long ago it was, I said, hey, Seattle's kind of sick of Russell Wilson. And this was 3 years before the trade happened, or 2 years, I believe. And I was like, hey, Seattle's kind of sick of Russell Wilson. He could be available. Both Stoke and Zach were like, that's crazy. And, well, again, I'm not acting crazy because I'm not acting. And Russell Wilson became a Denver Bronco, and it was the whole famous, this is not a drill, from our guy, Zach Bye. I loved it. We all were excited. Like, listen. And maybe that's a little bit of revisionist history. I bring this up because Russell Wilson is retiring. If you didn't see his cheese ball video about his retirement, again, good message, just fake guy. Russell Wilson is fake as the day is long. He's not real. He's not authentic. That blankety blanker back there is not real. Russell Wilson is not real. He's fake, so the cheese ball video is whatever. But I just want to go back through history and remember that time. Because, and maybe this is to protect myself and my former opinion, we all were excited. I can't really think, were there some concerns of like, okay, why would Seattle do this? Whatever. Like, yes, were there some? But for the most part, and you can let me know, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 or the YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda. Let me know what you thought. But if we were all honest, bare bones honest, and my stuff's out there on the interweb, so you can go back and listen to it. I was really excited about Russell Wilson being here as the quarterback for the Denver Broncos when it first happened. And, you know, Nathaniel Hackett notwithstanding, and then, of course, the year with Sean Payton where you knew it was not going to work. It just wasn't going to work. Sacks are a quarterback stat. Sean Payton does not like quarterbacks who take sacks. Russell Wilson takes sacks all the flipping time. So Russell Wilson retiring from the National Football League, and it just got me thinking about not that long ago when the Denver Broncos make the move. And then Greg Penner does a move that he didn't have to do. He didn't have to do it at all. When you purchase the team and the sales finalized in July or whatever it was, and then you get Russell Wilson a new contract that was agreed to basically over a handshake before you bought the team. So, again, I give Greg Penner full credit for multiple things. One, thank you, Greg, for saving the Broncos. And I say that not as someone who really appreciates Greg, because I do. I say that not as someone who would love Greg Penner to hire me. No, I don't say it like that. No. I say it because the Denver Broncos were lost. The Denver Broncos were adrift. And I've said it many times, the worst thing in football or life is to drift. The Broncos were adrift, and they had no direction. And you had no idea what the future held. And, hey, Russell Wilson, everybody, it could be Russell Wilson. And that didn't work. Again, just like Russell Wilson, that was fake. That was a false positive. Dare I say that? Like Vic Fangio. But that's the thing. If you look back on the Russell Wilson thing, all of us were excited about it. All of us were over the moon about Russell Wilson being a Denver Bronco, and it just didn't work out. Greg Penner buys the team. He gives Russell Wilson a new contract, and then essentially in a couple years after that pays $83 million. It's been 84 years. It's paid $83 million for Russell Wilson to go away. I know it's happened before in sports. But when have we ever seen that chunk of change given to a player, not because, oh, you know, we just made a bad contract and then they get it. No, here's your contract, so you just leave. Please leave. Please go away. Please shut up. Please. And that's essentially what the Broncos did with Russell Wilson. So, Greg, thank you for saving the Broncos. Thank you for getting this thing on track. We now can talk about Bo Nix, the Bo Nix era. We can talk about Super Bowl hope, Super Bowl window. But Russell Wilson retiring from the NFL, and I think of a few things, that time there. And then, of course, when I first discovered that Russell Wilson may not be who he said he was, and that was, well, at the Senior Bowl. And I'll tell the story. In fact, it was so long ago, I think me and Spivak were on the old ESPN Denver days. So it was the day after the Broncos lost to the Patriots with Tim Tebow in the playoffs. Everyone remembers the Steelers game. Everyone remembers Demaryius Thomas, 80 yards, overtime, touchdown, Broncos, wild card round, Dick LeBeau with the worst defensive game plan of all time because he didn't think Tim Tebow could do anything against his defense, and Tebow won. How's that? Take that L on the way out. So, remember that game, but then the very next week in the divisional round, the New England Patriots clown-hammered Tim Tebow, who got banged up, of course, because his body, he didn't deny any sort of contact. So Tebow gets banged up. Broncos lose, but it was an exciting story. Now, many, many, many people did not like Tebow, did not support the Tebow thing, did not think it would work. I was having fun with it. I had a Tebow Time sticker on my laptop that John Clayton used to make fun of me for. Well, it's R.I.P. to JC, of course. Of course, had many great debates with, Les Shapiro back in the day. R.I.P. to Les. Lost a couple of good ones there along the way. So, going back to the Tebow era and thinking about that, the very next day, they lose to New England. That was a Sunday. The very next day, which is what? A Monday. I'm in Alabama at the Senior Bowl where Russell Wilson's there, and I knew the Broncos liked him. And I had felt, and I don't know how exact on the money this is, but I'd always felt if they hadn't been able to get rid of Tim Tebow by getting Peyton Manning, that the Broncos would have drafted Russell Wilson probably around the same spot where he was drafted. I don't think he would have been drafted higher, but you would have drafted Russell Wilson, and much like Russell Wilson beat out Matt Flynn with Seattle, Matt Flynn coming over from basically 1 7-touchdown game with the Packers, and that was something where you thought, okay, that's the veteran. He gets a big contract. He's going to get, and then Russell Wilson took his job. I think that would have been the case here. And then Russell Wilson, because I asked him at the Senior Bowl that year, like, hey, you want to come to Denver and back up Tim Tebow? And he got out of his chair and he puffed up to me, and he's shorter than me, and I'm not even 6 feet tall. So I had this little guy looking up at me like, I want to be a quarterback. Like, okay. That's fine. Calm down, please. So I remember that about Russell Wilson. And yeah, I want your, favorite Russell Wilson stories.
Thank God we've got the little guy.
Was your favorite Russell Wilson story the day that he left? Maybe. We'll talk to Mike Kliss about the Broncos OTAs coming up next on The Fan.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise With Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
What's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here for my friend Soda Diet and Nutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Haven't gained the weight back. Why? Because with soda, I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And it's so fantastic to do weight loss the right way. There's no mystery pills. I'm not giving myself a shot, and there's no mystery chemicals that I'm putting into my body. This is knowing real food will bring you real results. And speaking of real, soda got me a real nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist that would work with me one-on-one via text when I had questions, concerned, and just sometimes straight up needed encouragement. Your weight loss journey, you've got a friend, you've got help, and that is Soda. They can be there for you just like they were there for me. I look and feel 10 years younger. I got my confidence back, and right now you can join Soda, and your partner joins for free. That's 2 people. Real accountability for the price of 1. Soda changed my life, and I thank them so much. SodaDietNutrition.com. Call them up 866-800-SODA, because soda is state of the art.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They're changing your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. You know summer's around the corner, and what does that mean? That means your air conditioner is going to be blowing 24/7. And you know what that means? That means dust and debris in the air. Hey, you clean your floors, you clean your counters, you clean your closets, but what about your air? Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews, and they're recommended by more contractors than anybody else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt and debris that other companies leave behind. Before your AC runs all season long, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Go to ductworks.com or just call them at 303-425-0985.
303-425-0985.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And if you need serious car repairs but don't want the hassle of a shop, All Points Automotive is 100% mobile. From engine rebuilds to transmission replacements and all the mechanical work you need, they come to you guys. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Hour number 2 of the program. Just me today, solo, brother. So only 2 members of the chain gang there. So appreciate you for jumping on board the show. It's Broncos OTAs. Give me the general vibe, the feel of putting your eyes on this Broncos team together for the first time.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy. This is their 3rd OTA. First time the media can see them.
Right.
And there's all kinds of high school coaches out here observing. I mean, it's packed. It's almost a training camp type attendance here today. So I think there is going to be a little more energy out here for all the players. Jalen Waddle looks small, but apparently he can stop on a dime. So that's all. That's one of your type of observations there, Cecil.
Right.
When you break down the prospects and players. But yeah, they're out there. It's a sunny day, warm day, and it's a full force of media with the exception of you.
Yeah, well, I'm here holding it down. Our guy Dover is out today. Appreciate you jumping on board. Will we get any sort of news about Bo Nix? Like, hey, he'll be there for mandatory minicamp. Hey, he won't. Is there anything like that comes out today when Coach Payton talks a little bit later?
I don't think we're not going to see much of him today. So I don't think we're going to see him for OTA. The way Sean Payton left it, Sean Payton left it was he's not going to do much in OTAs. Might see him take a couple reps in minicamp. And there's nothing that says anything different about that. So that's what I would anticipate. And they say he'll be fine by the 100% taking the first rep at training camp. So that's what they hope. For Broncos country, remember they're not playing games in June.
Right.
And he's supposed to be fine come September.
Right. Well, we'll watch when Bo Nix is out there, whenever that is. Hopefully at training camp, everything's good to go, and we don't have to talk about that ankle anymore. Going to talk a lot about Jalen Waddle. You mentioned the size. I assume in the limited stuff that you guys saw today, like the speeds on display, just kind of the impact. I've often said people really haven't seen the full Sean Payton playbook yet, and people haven't really seen like full force Bo Nix. I think Jalen Waddle can really help change that, not only with the width and breadth of the playbook, but also, Cliss, I think that Jalen Waddle can help bring out the best of Bo Nix, especially those middle of the field targets. Again, Bo's not out there. Waddle is out there. I assume you're seeing some of that speed and stopping on a dime skill on display?
Not yet. Right now they brought us out for stretch and then a very light warming up, running, kind of a activation type of
right.
Speed. And so now, right about now, he's running some routes, and we'll see in the team period later. But they just opened up practice for us a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
So haven't been able to see. Go back to the tape. Go back to the highlights, I guess, of Jalen Waddle, and you'll see what they get. But it's nice to see him out there. Nice to see him out there with Cortland Sutton. Those receiver lines look a little stronger this year.
Yeah, a little bit different than what we've seen for the Broncos, that's for sure. Mike Kliss, 9 News Broncos insider. Kliss, appreciate your time, especially with practice and some stuff going on right now at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Also, if I look at this offense, I'm thinking of Evan Ingram being kind of rejuvenated because of Davis Webb. And again, it's OTAs. We're not going to get a whole lot. But is that part of your anticipation? So again, not on today's observations, which are just beginning, but do you anticipate, like I do, that, maybe not 1,000 yards or something crazy like that, but I expect a more rejuvenated Evan Ingram this year because Davis Webb calling those plays, maybe setting him up a little bit better?
I do. There was excitement of the new guy, the new kid in school last year.
Right.
And, and sometimes that's tough to adjust for even veteran players who have bounced around. He had been with 2 previous teams. The Broncos is 3rd. I think there was a little more hype of him coming to Denver than it was when he went to Jacksonville, especially after Sean Payton gave us that joker term.
right,
that took off last year, and he was supposed to be the guy. He was not. He did not meet expectations with the 50 catches, only 460 yards, just the one touchdown. There is belief that with Davis Webb as the play caller, that Davis Webb is going to get Evan Ingram the ball more, and we'll see how that goes. I mean, Bo has to look for him too,
right.
And that's what I think Davis Webb would do is get these guys, get Bo to look down the seam for Evan Ingram, where he's most efficient.
Right. Most efficient, most effective there as well. We'll continue to watch how this Broncos passing game looks. And then, of course, my man, Jonah Coleman, Mike. I have yet to put my eyes on Jonah Coleman in a Broncos uniform. So I'm dismayed. I'm distraught. So I rely on you, or rely on our man, Andrew Mason. It's like Coleman, for me, during an OTAs, it's much like Q Robinson last year. Q Robinson looked really good in rookie minicamp. But then he looked good around the veterans as well. Got a little bit banged up for training camp, whatever. But with Jonah Coleman, one of the things that I'll be anxious to hear from you guys, from Mace, etc., is, all right, the kid fits in. The kid looks good. Again, it's OTAs. You don't see any live tackling. We don't see much of anything outside of stretching and some drills. But I do look forward to the idea of Jonah Coleman not only fitting right in, Mike, but showing that he can be there, kind of in case of emergency, ready to break glass in case something happens to J.K. Dobbins. Obviously, I'm among the most excited in the city about Jonah Coleman. How about you?
Yeah, I think he's I'm anxious to see him. I didn't follow him in college the way you did. It's impressive to me. What I think is impressive is he had 4 years with Jed Fish.
Yeah.
Who's got a lot of NFL coaching experience and knows what it's like to perform well in the NFL. So he had good training in college versus some other other college running backs coming out. He looks like an in shape C.J. Anderson. The way he's built, he's built low to the ground.
Right.
He's not very tall. C.J. The beauty of C.J. was how strong he was on his feet.
Right.
He was a low knee type of runner and so strong in his ankles and calves and feet. And that's why he wound up being 1,000-yard rusher, even though he was undrafted. Coleman is built like that. He's also, we saw him in rookie minicamp. We got a good look at him one day, and he caught the ball well, ran some nice patterns, and looks like he catches the ball with ease.
Yes.
So they'll use him this year for sure. How much probably depends on how healthy J.K. Dobbins looks. J.K. looks, early impression, J.K. looks good. And but again, it's kind of hard to evaluate
right
1 hour into our first look at the team on June 4th.
Right. And there's one thing I do appreciate, I guess more than one thing, Mike, about Sean Payton, because I don't know if you're catching out what's going on in Cleveland. In Cleveland, the reporters are putting out stats for the OTAs. I don't think there's anything dumber than, hey, Deshaun Watson went 8 of 11 today, guys, with 1 touchdown. I'm glad we're not allowed to do that, probably because of Sean. But I'm glad we're not out there, you and Troy and Mace aren't out there just collecting stats to put out there. So I guess that's one good thing about OTAs, right?
If anybody would have been putting out stats, it would have been Mason. We know that, including the hang time on Jeremy Crawshaw punts.
Oh, yes.
But
yes.
I remember I kind of mocked that Tebow's first year.
Yes.
All the sensation of Tebow. And so he's drafted in 2010, right? First round, and the first time he's out there, he comes out early and he plays catch with Mike Hans Harrington.
Yes.
And while playing catch, I said he completed 22 out of 23. And of course, one of them he bounced playing catch.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, probably pretty ugly, that one.
But anyway, and people kind of took it seriously.
They tend to do that from time to time, right?
Yeah, sometimes social media posts lack context.
All right.
But anyway, yeah, you're right. I'm glad we're not doing that, because I think we did that, kept track of stats when Peyton Manning first showed up in 2012. He had a couple picks, and and Peyton was beside himself. Welcome to the Denver media there, Peyton.
Well, Mike, I'm so happy to have you on board with me today. Appreciate you always. And then take care of my man, Kevin Kistner, who's out there with you.
Yeah, he is. I saw him, and we got this all hooked up. So, it's fun, and you'll have more after practice when we can report more on what's going on.
Rock and roll, brother. Be good, Mike. We'll talk soon.
You got it.
There's Mike Kliss, member of the Chain Gang 9 News, Broncos insider. Mike Kliss, 9 News on Twitter there as well. OTA's going on right now, live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Which Broncos players are we most intrigued by with their new role? I'll tell you mine next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, Colorado, do you hear that? Not really? That's the sound of your neighbor Gary mowing his lawn at 6 a.m. with his new electric lawn equipment. Gary got 30% off with a statewide discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers. Don't sleep on this great deal. Statewide discount only through the end of 2026. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org.
Your dog wants a fence. And Denver agrees. Fence Guys have been voted Best of Mile High 3 years in a row. And they've been building fences here for over 20 years. Wood, vinyl, iron, chain link, they do it all. New installs or repairs, done right the first time. Plus, financing options make it easy to get started. Visit DenverFenceGuys.com for your free estimate. Fence Guys, they don't just build fences, they stand behind them.
Who helps keep Colorado's wildlife wild? Our people do.
Hello, my name is Patricia. I've been with Chevron for over 17 years.
Her team uses GPS to track where mule deer and pronghorn roam throughout the seasons. This data helps us take their habitats into consideration when planning our operations.
When we created our comprehensive wildlife and conservation program, it was really about what was possible.
Learn more at colorado.chevron.com.
Hey, Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Summer's coming in hot. Don't wait. Beat the rush with an early bird cooling system tune-up and inspection for only $49 from ROX Rocks Heating and Air. They'll inspect your system and keep you cool when everyone else is scrambling. Call Rocks Heating and Air today and schedule your tune-up before the end of June. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Which Broncos player are you most intrigued by with their new role? It is Dover and Cecil with Dover out today. I'm Cecil Lammy riding solo. Alex Boteo on the ones and twos. Hockey Gandalf floating around here as well. I know you hate that name, Drew, but it just fits. It fits. You're like a wise wizard. You're like a furry Buddha. You're like a wise wizard with a hockey stick. Anyway, we're talking about the Denver Broncos. Many thanks to Mike Kliss for jumping on board the show and giving us an update there. I did want to talk to Mike about Jonah Ellis, because if I look at players that I'm intrigued by their role, with Jonah Ellis, I'm like, what the hell is his role? What is his role? Is he dabbling, or is he actually an inside linebacker now? Because if he's actually an inside linebacker now, is he good enough to be a starter? Is he good enough to start over Alex Singleton? Like, these are questions that I have and that answers we'll be searching for this entire offseason. And it's one of those things like Waddle's interesting, Jonah Coleman's interesting, the battle between Bryant and Franklin is interesting, but it's really Jonah Ellis to me. The other guys I could talk about and do 4 hours of radio on, that's not a problem, but it's Jonah Ellis and this move from edge where he was one of your waves of pass rushers. And am I a little bit concerned about Jonathan Cooper leveling off? Yeah, I am. Have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of Nick Benito? No. Maybe close, but no. I believe Benito could have a 20-sack season. I'm not projecting that. Don't at me, bro, but I don't think we've seen the best of Nick Benito. Have we seen the best of Jonathan Cooper? Yeah, we might have. And I love Agent Zero. He is one of my favorite players to talk to on a weekly basis when I'm out there. I love Jonathan Cooper. I love his story. I love how the Broncos discovered him in the 7th round. I love the fact that I was interviewed by DenverBroncos.com at the Senior Bowl and said, you should guys draft this Jonathan Cooper guy. And then they did. Sick brag, bro. I know. This is so amazing. But Jonathan Cooper, has he reached his ceiling? Is he closer to his ceiling than Nick Benito? Nick Benito's ceiling is higher than Coop's. But is Coop closer to the top than Benito is? I'd say yes. So have we seen the best of Jonathan Cooper? Yeah, I kind of like the idea of Jonah Ellis being there for the Broncos just in case. Not necessarily in case of emergency break glass, but one of those things where, okay, Coop kind of levels off and Jonah Ellis is there to do a little bit more as that reserve rusher. Of course, Dondre Tillman could do great things. Q Robinson showing well as a rookie last year, so much so that they make this move with Jonah Ellis. This move is done for a couple of reasons. And at least we'll see how it works out. We'll see if he stays at inside linebacker. We'll see if he dabbles at inside linebacker. We'll see if the experiment fails and he just goes back to being an edge. Now, Jonah Ellis is a really good edge. He's an edge player that coming out of college, I even talked to Jonah about this. He had 6 different pass rushing moves. And I will tell you this, it's very, very rare. Most college guys will have some speed, and they might have speed to power, like they can convert and they can go speed to power. A lot of guys don't know what they're doing. There's no rip move, there's no spin move, there's no swim move, nothing like that. They have no idea. Certainly not a hump move, no forklift move, nothing like that. Ghost spin, like there's nothing. They don't have any of that. Jonah Ellis has quite a few of those. I think ghost spin he's never really done, but like he could come into this league, and he did come into this league with multiple moves to get after the passer. talk to him about it, about like, hey, dude, like, what's your favorite? Because you've got a lot of tricks in the bag when it comes to rushing the passer. Can he still rush the passer from the inside linebacker position? Yes, of course. We see it sometimes with Justin Sternod. We see it sometimes with Alex Singleton. And with the Broncos running it back with Sternad and Singleton, you go, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Singleton, so very trusted as a green dot guy. I mean, essentially, Alex Singleton is an extension of Vance Joseph onto the field. Now, he doesn't have the sweet drops and the sweet statements that Vance Joseph does, because there's nothing better than Vance Joseph talking into a microphone. Singleton doesn't necessarily do that, doesn't have those sweet statements like VJ does. But with Singleton, it's essentially the ideas that Vance Joseph puts forth for his defense. Singleton's the one that can execute those or get people in the right position to execute those plays. But is Jonah Ellis just a better option? And again, that's a pretty big shoes to fill, because people will say, well, Singleton's no good in coverage. That's not necessarily untrue. People will say against fine rushers like Jonathan Taylor, he can get way out of position even as a run defender. That's also true. But being that extension for Vance Joseph on the football field means Alex Singleton as the green dot guy, it's going to be pretty hard to replace. Not impossible. And I'm not saying I'm not putting Singleton to pasture, so to speak, to steal a country term. I'm not putting out Alex Singleton to pasture. I just know that his best days are probably behind him. And, you know, he's got a year-ish left. Let's just say a year-ish left for Alex Singleton. What does that mean for Jonah Ellis? Could Jonah Ellis do enough during this offseason, during OTAs, during mandatory minicamp, and during training camp? Could Jonah Ellis do enough to make Vance Joseph essentially change his mind? To make Vance Joseph essentially say, Singleton, you're my guy, but we've got to get Ellis on the field more, because Ellis should be better in coverage than Alex Singleton. Should be. We don't know yet, and that's just a guess, and I'm guessing based on his youth and athleticism. Alex Singleton is not youthful, and his athleticism isn't what it used to be, and it never was that where you would trust him as a coverage linebacker. So with Jonah Ellis, I already know he can rush the passer from ILB. His brother plays ILB. He's a hell of a player. I look at Jonah Ellis and I say, okay, are you an inside linebacker, or are they doing this to help maybe with some depth, although there shouldn't really be depth concerns, especially after you draft Red Murdoch, especially after you picked up Torian York as an undrafted free agent. And honestly, if you were able to genetically combine Red Murdoch and Torian York, you'd have the perfect inside linebacker, because York is smaller but good in coverage, like exceptional in coverage, and Red Murdoch is smaller but a, heat-seeking missile as a run defender. So you don't really, at ILB, I haven't even brought up Kareni Reed or Jordan Turner, right? At ILB, you don't really have the depth concerns that maybe you thought you did when you initially had the idea to put Jonah Ellis at ILB. What was the impetus for that? What was the reason for that? What was the cause? What was the concern there for a Jonah Ellis? And it was perhaps his injuries. I do love Jonah Ellis. I love the pick, and I appreciate his game. I appreciate his skill set. But one of the things over the last 2 years, it's kind of like Riley Moss was in his first couple of years. You look pretty good. You're also hurt a lot. Can you please stop with the hurt stuff and continue to play well? So with Jonah Ellis, maybe they move him to ILB, or have the idea to dabble him at ILB so he's not as close to the big bodies. He doesn't take on the hits and the big bodies that you do as an edge player, perhaps at ILB. Now he's got to avoid the big bodies at ILB. Scouts call it scrape and flow. So what does Jonah Ellis look like in his new role? For me, this entire offseason, that's the most intriguing. That's the most intriguing, because I don't know if it's full-time or not. I don't know if he's going to be good enough to be a starter or not. I know he'll be a quality reserve as an ILB. I think he's a quality reserve as an edge player. I think Jonah Ellis could be a starting edge. Let's say Coop levels off. Coop's like a 8-sack guy and never a 12-sack guy. Well, maybe Jonah Ellis could be that 12-sack guy in the spot of Cooper, and we could talk about Cooper's contract. But for me, this move with Jonah Ellis, is it a dabble or is it a full-time move? And then if it's a full-time move, is he good enough to start? The answer may surprise. It is Dover and Cecil, and I am riding solo today with Josh out, talking about the Denver Broncos and the latest about Broncos OTAs and what's going on there. Who else could be standing out? What else should we be looking for? I'll talk about all that next.
The Colorado Avalanche have been hit with a major front office shakeup. Chris McFarland is heading to Nashville, taking over as the Predators' new architect. And now Joe Sakic is stepping back into the GM role, at least through the draft and free agency. And for Jared Bednar, reports say he's staying right where he is. The bench boss remains the constant in Colorado's chase for another cup, even as the organization reshapes around him. A new era begins, but the mission stays the same. Keep the Avalanche in the hunt and keep the window wide open. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more, getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
I need a little
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes...
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Ent is becoming wings. It's a big change, but we're not changing the way we show up for our communities, or our personal service, or the people who provide it. We're not changing locations. We're not even replacing the coffee machine, but we are changing our name. We'll probably even get some new pens. It'll be a big day for pen people. Ent Credit Union, insured by NCUA.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. With all these Bluebird days in Colorado, enjoy the view through energy-efficient windows from Bluebird Windows and Doors. All June, it's their Buy More, Save More event. Save up to 20% on your window and door projects. And when you mention you heard it from me, you'll save an extra 5%. Bluebird's family-owned, serving the Front Range for over a decade, with windows, doors, and siding built for Colorado's harsh climate. Financing available. Visit GoBluebirdCO.com. Bluebird Windows and Doors. Make today a Bluebird day.
You're hearing this right now. So are your customers. That's radio. It still works. But your customers don't live in one place anymore. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest game on their TV. Tomorrow, they're deep in the most popular podcast in the country. Next week, all three, all over again. We built one campaign that reaches them everywhere. Radio, streaming TV, podcasts, all under one roof. All measured, all working together. That's not a pitch. That's a system. DenverSports.com. Let's build yours.
Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling off a 3-story building. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Click it or ticket. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Back in action, it is Dover and Cecil. Dover is out today, so I'm Cecil Lammy riding solo with you. Want to hear from you on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. What are you most looking forward to at Broncos OTAs? What's kind of some of the news or the information? What's kind of some of the buzz that you want to hear about from Broncos OTAs? I've got some ideas. What about you? 303-713-1043. Also, our YouTube chat, which is powered by Sean Ponda, seeing the love and support out there on the YouTube chat. Chris289er chimes in and says, only Cecil and Sandy could handle the solo radio game. Good job, Cecil. Chris, I appreciate that. Solo is a different skill set. I always appreciate, like, ZB will go solo sometimes, and it's different, certainly, but it's very, very good, and it is a different skill set. It's a different kind of feel, if you will, right? So happy to do it, able to do it. Haven't done it in years, but used to be the way that I just did radio. So it's kind of interesting to get back and to do that here as well. Also getting some Jim Rome comparisons. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing based on your opinion on Jim Rome, so I will move on quickly from that. What are you thinking about for Broncos OTAs? What are you looking forward to? What's your anticipation level for Broncos OTAs? And what do you need to know coming out of this? Like, need to know, straight up need it. I need to know a few things, and it's about how Jonah Coleman fits and looks with this team. Because for me, and again, going back to Q Robinson last year, Q Robinson comes in as a mid-round pick, mostly as a special teams player. Like, the Q Robinson pick to me was a little bit surprising, but it was also one of those things of where they got him. I thought, okay, you're getting a solid special teams player. You're getting a 4-phaser on special teams. So was I upset with the Q Robinson pick? Of course not. But I thought, okay, yeah, I mean, he tried to play a little bit of pass rusher, but he didn't really play until Nick Saban was gone. He was mainly a 4-phase special teams player at Alabama. And I was like, okay, you at least get that in a mid-round pick and a late-round pick. That's more than fine. Hey, that late-round pick's just a special teams guy. That's more than fine. For years and years and years, Justin Sternad, who is now a trusted starter, and Sternad is also not only a trusted starter, but a leader on this team. Sternad was that guy. Sternad was a guy who was only a special teams player. And in fact, much different from Q Robinson, I'll get there in a little bit, Justin Sternad was a player that you didn't want playing defense, like straight up avoided him playing defense. That's how bad it was defensively for Sternad. To quote Monty Python, I got better. Well, not me getting better. He got better. And he got better on the football field on the defensive side, and that's why Justin Sternad gets that new contract, and that's why Justin Sternad is that trusted starter, trusted leader on this Broncos defense. Could Q Robinson be that, but at edge? Is it Q Robinson that, like, if Cooper levels off and, you know, whatever the future is for Jonathan Cooper, is it actually Q Robinson, not Dondrea Tillman? Is it not Jonah Ellis there? Is it more Q Robinson? So for me, I look at this and I go, all right, Q Robinson fit in last year. It's the reason I started talking about him, because I wanted to bring up Jonah Coleman. Because as a rookie, you can show out in rookie minicamp. That's fine. You should show out in rookie minicamp. If you're halfway decent, you're going to look pretty good against a bunch of other rookies. What do you look like against the veterans? They always talk about the mortgages, right? The mortgage guys. Like, okay, who are the veteran guys, the serious veterans that aren't going to be they're going to be very serious about it. They're going to make you look bad if they can, because they're fighting for their job. Those defensive guys out there are fighting to get paid, fighting for their livelihoods, fighting to stay in the NFL. It's a brutal game, y'all. Like, incredibly brutal. So because of that, as a rookie, and especially as a running back, you should be able to show up right now. You should be able to show up and show out right now. And with Jonah Coleman, I went from Jonah Ellis to Jonah Coleman. Like, Jonah Coleman is a guy that should be able to stand out and look as if he belongs. And not only that, and I don't anticipate that, and again, it's OTAs, so what can we really see? What can we really see? at OTAs? That's a question. I know that a lot of people say you don't see anything. It's shells and shorts and you don't see anything. I got it. But you don't see nothing. What does OTAs means in the grand scheme of things? It's not 100%, but it's not 0% either. It's a couple percent, couple little clues. You can assemble clues. You can watch the clues and you can see what's going on, and then you can put it together and see if it adds up for training camp and into the regular season. So with Jonah Coleman, it's his movement, it's his, show of work ethic. Like, are you out there? You don't want to be a line counter. You don't want to be a guy that's already exhausted. You had better be used to the altitude already by now. You don't want to be a guy that's hands on the hips. Line counters are basically when you'll see a guy that you're going up against in a one-on-one drill. It'd be backs on backers for Jonah, but you would oh, my shoe, and then you'd stop so someone else gets the bad matchup. I saw that for Jamarcus Webb years ago at the Texas versus Nation game, and his mom got mad at me, sent me an email because I was watching practice, and Jamarcus Webb's big offensive lineman ended up playing for the Bears. He didn't do anything. I think he was falling asleep. Me and one of my Chiefs guys were kind of hey, is Jamarcus Webb falling asleep over there? And then also he was line counting. He was a habitual line stepper. He was line counting, meaning when he saw a rep against somebody that he didn't like, when Nader Abdallah or whatever, he would actually take himself out of the line. I got the shoe, I got the bubble guts, coach, whatever. And so I had noticed that. I put it in a practice report. His mom got mad and emailed me and said, you don't even know. And I was like, well, Mrs. Webb, if you could come to practice, I'll show you your son falling asleep during drills. That happened. So you don't want to see that from a rookie. Obviously, you wouldn't see that from Jonah Coleman. But my point is this. What's my point? The point is you want to see the fit. How do you fit in? Not necessarily the fit in the offense. Jonah Coleman's already a good fit. Nay, strike that from the record, Alex. Jonah Coleman's already a great fit. So it's more about how do you fit in the culture? How do you fit compared to your teammates? How do you fit in compared to the hustle that you're going to see? Mike Kliss joined me earlier in the show, and he talked about the energy. There's a lot of good energy out there at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. I assume that Jonah Coleman's part of that energy. I assume that Jonah Coleman is the type of guy that can fit right in, look like a starter, and because Mike brought up C.J. Anderson, he said a slim C.J. Anderson, which wasn't always the case with C.J. I remember Eric Studesville was so mad at C.J. one year. C.J. lost 20 pounds in less than a month. Now, as someone who lost 60 pounds 5 years ago with soda weight loss, 20 pounds plus in a month it's an accelerated pace for CJ, but he did that. I think he was up around 250. He was up at 250. That was probably not the best number to be at for CJ. So he came back for training camp and he was 219. So he dropped all that weight because of Studesville. Coleman reminding Mike Kliss of a slimmer CJ Anderson, and it's so true. But I'll tell you this, and this is why CJ Anderson fell in love with what I had to say about his game, because I was on ESPN radio talking at Broncos training camp about how, hey, there's this guy. They drafted Monte Ball, but I said, hey, that's not the best back here. I said, the best back here is CJ Anderson, and that was during camp. And so he's walking by. I didn't know because the tent had the backs to part of the field. So I'm ranting and raving. I'm glad Monte was always nice to me because I usually ripped him upside one side and down the other on the air, including the night he was drafted when I was at Radio City Music Hall. I was like, what are they drafting Monte Ball for? This sucks. And my producer gets in my ear and says, Monte's on hold, ready to talk to you? Because we had got him as a guest. And I'm sitting here as a chucklehead being like, Monte Ball, that guy sucks. And coming up on the hotline is Monte Ball. Hey, Monte, thanks for joining the show. So during that first camp, I'm just, I have a big mouth. I'm emotional and opinionated. And I said, hey, Monte Ball's whatever. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. They got this guy, C.J. Anderson. He's the best back here. You watch out for this C.J. Anderson. His mom is listening in California to ESPN Radio. And she heard me say that. She messaged him the next day. That's when our friendship kicked off because he came over and he's like, hey, my mom said you're saying some good stuff about me. And I was like, of course, you're the best back here. I want Jonah Coleman not to be my bowling partner as C.J. Anderson was. I mean, although that would be cool, Jonah, if you're down for bowling. But I want Jonah Coleman to stand out in a similar way where you can look, even at practice, even in drills, even just during team drills, even when there's no live tackling. I would like Jonah Coleman to be that guy that immediately stands out as right there. Like, I want J.K. Dobbins to be a stud because he's a stud when he's healthy. Need him to stay healthy. I want Jonah Coleman to look as studly, so there's really not any sort of drop-off. That it just looks like that, and it stays like that, and that's the way it is. So we'll see if Jonah Coleman could do that. Of course, our man Kevin Kistner is out at Broncos OTAs. We'll have some boots-on-the-ground reports coming up a little bit later, of course, on Orange and Blue today. Mason and I will be going over that tonight. Although, programming note, we will not be at 5 p.m. because the Broncos have the Healthy Swings event tonight at Coors Field. So I'll be at Coors Field with Kistner and Mace for that, to talk to some Broncos, to see what they have to say about this upcoming season. It's a great time, great resource, great cause. Healthy Swings event coming up at Coors Field. So our Orange Blue today will probably be about 9 p.m. tonight, maybe 10 p.m. tonight. So it's a long day, it's a late night, but here for you and pumped up, excited about this Broncos OTAs. Excited about Check Your X. What's on your Twitter timeline? What's on my Twitter timeline? I'll go over it next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Summer is not the time to sit on the sidelines. It's the time to feel confident, feel healthy, feel like you again. Soda Weight Loss is now Soda Diet and Nutrition.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly.
No pills, no injections, just real food and a team of nutritionists. And right now, when you join with Soda, your partner joins for free. Call 866-800-SODA or visit SodaDietAndNutrition.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Walmart is proud to sponsor the Be a Mentor, Be a Fan football camp with 104.3 The Fan. Broncos alumni hosts and South High School coaches are teaming up to support Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Colorado and help inspire the next generation through mentorship, teamwork, and community.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Names that rhyme, takes that hit different. Shapiro and Piro is happy hour sports talk built for the modern fan. Local stories, hidden gems, and the mustache monologues you never knew you needed. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe now at Denver Sports 1043 and get in on the action. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Are you on Team Gets It? It is time for Check Your Ex, one of my favorite segments during the show. Dover and Cecil with Dover out on Cecil Lammy flying solo, checking my Twitter timeline. Because, listen, you have a life, I don't. You don't need to be on Twitter. I'm on Twitter for you because it's what did Sandy always say? The realm of the lowest common denominator is on Twitter. So, got to work through some junk and some other stuff to get to some of the good stuff. I think I've got some good stuff here as well, starting with Elmo. I don't think I've ever quoted Elmo on Check Your Ex, but I have to today because Elmo's getting worked. Like, absolutely worked. Drugged through the internet streets because Elmo says, and I am going to avoid, because Amanda's watching, I'm going to avoid doing my Elmo impression when I say this or when I read this, but Elmo, yes, that Elmo, verified Elmo, so you know it must be real, because if you're not verified on Twitter, well, you've got a life. Elmo says Elmo hopes both teams have fun. He tweeted that out. How's Elmo tweeting? Like, I didn't think his fingers worked, right? He's just got the little
very
fur
slowly,
hands.
very carefully.
Very slow. Like, is he a single, bird pecking when he types? Like Mike Kliss? Mike Kliss will do that once in a while, just putting his business on the street. So Elmo tweets it out before the Knicks and Spurs game. Elmo hopes both teams have fun. Now, I can't read most of the responses from Knicks fans, but I do like this one from Evan, who says, "You live in NYC, you blanking traitor," as he quotes Elmo and the tweet about Elmo hoping both teams have fun. Elmo should be a Knicks fan, right? Have you found the way to Sesame Street? Isn't that how the song goes? Like, Sesame Street, it's basically New York City. We've all pretty much known that. I think it's established that it is New York City. So Elmo should be a Knicks fan, yet Elmo is trying to play both sides of the fence, saying that both teams should have fun, and Knicks fans did not take kindly to Elmo saying that. So, yes, Elmo, remember your roots, remember where you came from, and remember that you're in New York City, dude. You should be rooting for the Knicks, and don't be a traitor to your city. That's the first one up on Check Your Ex.
I drink the pop. It's so damn good.
That's because it is good. All of these Knicks tweets, by the way, are absolutely good, including one from Barry. The Knicks have a 1-0 finals lead in the NBA Finals. The last time the Knicks had a lead in the NBA Finals wasn't the last time they were in the finals, which was 99, because they had a gentleman's sweep. The Spurs swept them with David Robinson and a young Tim Duncan. Patrick Ewing, of course, being out with an Achilles injury, so it was Larry Johnson playing center. Him or Chris Dudley. Those are your options? 6'7" Larry Johnson and big stiff Chris Dudley. Like, okay, that probably not great options when you're facing David Robinson and Tim Duncan. Anyway, long-suffering Knicks fan. So they didn't have a lead in that series. They did have a lead back in the 94 series. In fact, the date that they had the last lead in the NBA Finals was June 17th, 1994. Does anyone remember? And Alex, you're way too young to remember this.
I wasn't born yet.
I'm not even. You're doing the I wasn't born yet thing. Is that a don't be that guy? I think Amanda should.
It could be a don't be that guy.
I think you're going to shake your head. Like, I think it's a don't be that guy. If something happened before you were born, if you're at a certain age, right? I think if you're in your 20s, you probably shouldn't say, it was before I was born. We already know. We can tell. You don't have any crow's feet. You don't have any wrinkles. You look very young. You look very healthy. That's good. We don't need to know that, baby. I think if you're my age, like the Knicks haven't won a championship in my lifetime, and I'm 53. So, like, I can say that. Like, I wasn't even born yet the last time the Knicks won a championship because it's more, not necessarily ironic, but more alarming, I guess you would say. I know you weren't born in 1994. I'm not exactly sure when you were born, but I guarantee it was probably my son's age. My son's going to be 27 on June 18th, so you're probably around his age. Anyway, the last time the Knicks had a lead in the NBA Finals was June 17th, 1994, the day O.J. Simpson ran away from the police in the white Bronco. That was June 17th, 1994. It seems like forever ago. But also at the same time, it seems like just yesterday when the most shocking news, and again, there was no social networking at the time, but it was just like, O.J. Simpson is doing what? And it wasn't even like a high-speed chase. It was just a chase, I guess, where he was in the back seat or the passenger seat, and I can't remember if there was a gun or if there wasn't a gun, as he was driving, someone else was driving, and he was there, and he was just freaking out because of the stuff that had happened, but that was the last time. So that tells you if you're of a certain age, you don't have to be as old as me. You have to be older than Alex, but if you're of a certain age, you can go, wait a second, that was the last time they had a lead in the NBA Finals was when OJ was running away from the cops? That's been quite a long time here on Check Your X.
The truth is the light.
The truth is the light. Thank you, Kat. By the way, I wanted to play this because I love this one.
It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
Period. This one comes from I can't read that. This is no more in my humble opinion. I don't know about you. I'm a gift guy in a group text. One, I don't really like group texts. I don't like participating in group text. If I have to, I have to. If I want to be funny, I will. But if you text me mainly, I'm just going to text you back a GIF. If I even text you back. Not that I'm better or worse than anyone. I don't like my phone. I don't like being on my phone, all that kind of stuff. But if you use the IMHO, in my humble opinion, or IMO, in my opinion, the shorthand, whatever, no more. Do not use that. And I will not use that anymore because I do, from time to time, use the IMHO. This one I'm going to start using. No longer in my humble opinion. From now on, it's from my grandiose and objectively correct deductions. So yes, if I happen to text you again, I'm not going to text you in my humble opinion, Bo Nix is the best quarterback of all time. I'm going to text you from my grandiose and objectively correct deductions, Bo Nix is the best quarterback, blah, 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 blah. So there you go. I just thought that was funny because I'm a big IMHO guy. I don't really want to alliterate that because I don't know if I could say that, but yes, I'm a big IMHO guy. Now I'm going to say something different, and that's what you get on Check Your X.
That's right, dog.
That is right, dog. This one came in from Dwayne Brown because the Rockies standings, now this is before they got beat yesterday, but the Rockies standings, if you noticed in the NL West, they're 24-38, again, before yesterday. They are one game above the San Francisco Giants, who are at the very bottom. And there's the meme, and for the love of God, I wish I knew what movie it was from, but it's like Victorian-era guy, and he's looking down his nose. So they did that. Dwayne did that. He put up the graphic of the NL West standings, and he had the dude, whoever the Victorian-era guy is, with a Rockies hat on, of like looking down your nose at the Giants. And I was like, hey, if you're not last place, you can do that. Because the Rockies have been last place forever and ever and ever, it seems like. So if they want to be a little bit more braggadocious about their current standings, I'm here for all that and then some. And that is a wrap. I'll play one more just because I can. This is so fun. Dover gets to do this every day.
Thank you for calling, man. Praise God.
Yeah, thank you. Praise God. It is Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, and summer is calling. We're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. Here's what you get. 2 battle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, Bluetooth speaker, and a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler. Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. That is a wrap for Check Your X. It is Dover and Cecil. Dover's out. I am riding solo, talking to you about Broncos OTAs, next coaching changes we might see in Denver Sports, who's here a little bit longer. I'll get to that at 12:30, coming up talking about Deion Sanders and what's good enough for the Colorado Buffaloes. But next, it's OTAs updates, Broncos thoughts, and, yeah, a little bit of celebrations because of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Why the Nuggets would not have been even on the same court. Why the Nuggets would have been blown out of the water by either one of those teams. Details next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan's 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South.
Don't give them room to breathe!
And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your windows are calling. They have something to say. Here's the truth. The window's only part of it. In Colorado, even a great window can fail if it's not installed right. That's what really determines what lasts. That's why I trust Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Installation is where the conversation starts. They've served Denver and the Front Range for over 50 years, and right now, get 25% off Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Larry. The IRS is really hounding you. It's escalating. They even assigned a person to your case.
Saying that we owed a bunch of money because of clerical error. We didn't know that at the time. They were going to collect a bunch of money for it.
They're literally just beating you up.
Oh, yeah. You know, certified mail letters coming and the IRS telling us they're going to levy our checking accounts. And then, you know, when the guy shows up at your front door, you figure, we better do something.
Yeah. How much did you really have to pay them?
It started out the IRS telling us that we owed them $15,000.
That's real money.
By the time Advanced Tax Solutions got done, the number was zero.
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 That's the perfect solution, isn't it?
That is. That's the best number. Our stress is gone. We're not dealing with the IRS anymore. We haven't since we went and met with Advanced Tax Solutions.
Thank you so much for coming in. That just means so much to me.
Not a problem.
Every situation is different. And if we can give you a hand, it's 303-753-6040 or jump online at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. Is your car making a weird noise and you're not sure what exactly is going on? All Points Automotive makes it easy for you. Free diagnostics and estimates from a 100% mobile mechanic who comes to you. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Riding solo with you, and great to be here on a beautiful Thursday. Hope everyone's getting ready for another great weekend in the Mile High City, and hopefully the Broncos have some good things to say when we hear from Coach Payton and company coming up in just a little bit. Of course, we're going to be breaking down that audio, breaking down the observations that we get from Broncos OTAs today. We have Andrew Mason is out there, our senior Broncos writer for DenverSports.com. Kevin Kistner, our wonderful producer here for Dover and Cecil, is out there as well. So Kev will have some observations. We'll have some audio from the pressers, and we'll be reacting to what Sean Payton and others say, in addition to tonight. Coming up tonight at Coors Field is one of my favorite events of the entire calendar year. It's a Healthy Swings event, and it's for charity. The Denver Broncos going out there and trying to smack around some home runs for charity. It's very fun to watch, a fun time. Last year it was rained out, so last year really sucked because we trudged our way downtown, waited for the Broncos, and then I think we got to talk to Alex Singleton. Is that about it? That was about it. 2 years ago, I think we talked to like 8 different Denver Broncos. It might have been 10, might have been a dozen different Denver Broncos. I don't think it was a dozen, but still, like, quite a few players are going to be there, and quite a few players are going to be available to talk to, and usually, not always, but usually it's a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere than a press conference, and you can get some better answers. You can get some more thorough answers there as well. So that's coming up tonight at 5 p.m. So a programming note for those that watch and love, hopefully love, Orange and Blue Today on our Denver Sports YouTube. We are not going to be live at 5 today, because Mason and I are going to be at Coors Field at 5. So we're going to get all the video and audio and then probably do a show 9 p.m., 10 p.m., something like that. A live show on our Denver Sports YouTube to react to not only the Healthy Swings event, but also Broncos OTA. So in the meantime, as we wait for the press conferences today, as we wait for more information to come out about what was seen at Broncos OTAs, I'll go over some of my thoughts of what I want to see. Still haven't even said everything that I want to see at OTAs. I did want to go over what we saw last night. And last night in the NBA, it was the New York Knicks. That's why I'm wearing Knicks gear again. I didn't know we had a costume contest here until I showed up. I think it was game 2, game 3 for Avs and Knights, and I had some Knicks gear on because they had won and they had moved on to the NBA Finals. And so many people are upset. Like, why are you wearing Knicks stuff? Yeah. I'm a Nuggets fan for the Western Conference. I'm a Knicks fan from the Eastern Conference. People ask why, because I grew up on the East Coast of Colorado. Why am I a Knicks fan? I merely say when I was a kid, growing up, loved Patrick Ewing, loved Larry Johnson, and then Larry Johnson going from Charlotte to New York City, and the Knicks and the 4-point play, and then the love affair began. Quickly turned into a why do I love this team affair. For the last 26 years, the New York Knicks have not been in the NBA Finals. They're there now. They got game 1 against Wemby, And I had asked the question yesterday, and we had discussed it on air of like, how do you take down Wemby? How do you beat Wemby? Wemby got through OKC. How do you now beat Wemby in his place to start things off? The Knicks did just that with a comeback that really started on defense in the third quarter. You're down by 14, and if you know anything about the Knicks this year, if they're down, they're never out. Like, ever. They can be down by 20 and make a run and come back and win. That's the power of friendship. I saw someone on Twitter, Alex, they put out the Care Bears, except it was all the Knicks players, so it had the Knicks logo on the Care Bears tummy or chest. That's
I
their
think
tummy,
it's their
right?
tummy, yes.
That's their tummy. Okay, so it's like the Knicks logo on their tummy, and then they had like numbers up here on their shoulders, so you could tell which player it was. And it was like they're all standing together. What was it? The Care Bear stare? Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly? Again, you're much younger than I, so you probably didn't experience Care Bears in the way that I did as a kid. But like, I think they were doing the Care Bear stare of like, we all care together, guys. And that was the New York Knicks last night. It was the power of friendship and the power of the defense. And Karl Anthony Towns, really, I give him a lot of credit. The fellas talked to him, Shaq, Kenny, Chuck, Ernie. They talked to him last night, and really it was Karl Anthony Towns and the defense in the third quarter that got them back into that game where he was making hustle plays defensively when he was out there, Josh Hart missing everything, because I feel like, and Josh Hart, by the way, I give him full credit with the 15 rebounds. Josh Hart plays basketball, or at least I should say I play basketball like the Timu version of the mail-away version of Josh Hart. That's essentially my basketball skill. So I can grab a rebound, and if I'm outside of 10 feet, probably going to dribble it out and try to find somebody else to pass to. That seemed what Josh Hart was doing last night. But when Hart was trying to take shots, I guess trying to make shots, I should say, he was missing those shots because he's not good at shooting. And then Karl Anthony Towns was cleaning up, was getting those offensive rebounds, was fighting for that basketball, and then putting it back in the hoop. And there was one play specifically, actually it happened a couple times because Charles Barkley, Chuck was like stuck on it. Chuck gets stuck on some things once in a while, and he's definitely going to make his point. So when Charles Barkley was saying like, hey, look at Cat, it was Cat's defensive efforts and also the offensively taking it to Wemby at times. And Karl Anthony Towns, he has touch as a shooter. He's perhaps not as physical as you would want for a big man, although he used to out-physical Nikola Jokic, which I guess really isn't that hard. When he was a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves, there's the famous to get into the playoffs, and Nikola's down low trying to put it up, and Cat's like disrupting him, blocking his shots, and the Nuggets didn't make the playoffs. That was obviously before Nikola as truly Nikola as we know him today, but Cat's always been a thorn in the side for Nikola Jokic. Now he gets to be a thorn in the side for Wemby. And really, his defensive effort, his offensive rebounding, cleaning up for Josh Hart, who's not good at shooting, and then to be able to dribble drive to get past Wemby, because that was my main thing with Victor Wembanyama. How in the world do you create your own shot when he's got the wingspan that just spans seemingly the entire court? Like, you can get by him, go to put up a layup, have proper positioning, and he's so long he can reach over you and swat the ball away. Also, he can grab some rebounds. Chuck did point out something last night, like, do they not call over the back anymore? Is that not a thing? Alex, I'll bring you on here. Like, is over the back not a thing anymore in the NBA? Because Wembanyama always was over the back.
There's so many things in basketball that don't get called anymore.
Traveling doesn't get called anymore.
One of them.
Over the back doesn't get called anymore.
Push-offs, man.
Push-offs,
all
double
SGA
dribbles.
does is push-offs. So there's a lot of things in the NBA I wish that they would call.
Yeah.
I think you're kind of underselling your Knicks here, and I get it. You're a
long-suffering
Knicks fan.
Yes, I'm not going to say what you said. I actually kind of don't even want you to say it. Not that I'm superstitious.
I won't put it out in the air.
I might be a little bit stitious.
I'm very confident in your New York Knicks. I saw something last night that I think I didn't realize this was the version of Karl Anthony Towns you were going to be getting in these playoffs.
For one game.
But
yes.
I think he can sustain it. There was a lot that he did. He was a playmaker for the majority of the run up to the finals. Last night, he wasn't afraid of Wembanyama.
Not at all.
He was taking it at him. And on the defensive side of the ball, he made life very difficult for Victor Wembanyama. Stuff that I don't think was a one-off deal. Very repeatable. Yes, Victor can make more shots, but as long as you are pestering and nagging him and you have the power of friendship,
yes,
anything can be done. I'm pretty high on your Knicks.
Yeah, and I just hope Jalen Brunson's Neo's okay, because when that happened, You want to talk about nerve-wracking? I'm already nervous about this entire series. And then Jalen Brunson goes down. It's like, oh, now it's impossible. It's already difficult with Jalen Brunson, who is a superstar, megastar. And by the way, this is what superstars do. And is this a shot at Nikola Jokic? Not really. But I think it's more, I guess I should say, an alert to Nikola Jokic or to Nikola Jokic fans, and there should be many, okay? And we know that he's the best offensive player in all of basketball and leading the NBA in rebounds and assists, and it's never been done before, and all of these great things. My disappointment comes from that Minnesota series. When it's time to take over, he didn't take over. Is that a fair thing? And Alex, you're the biggest Nuggets fan that I know. Is that a fair assessment? When it was time to take over, Joker didn't take over.
Yeah, no, that's beyond fair. This entire playoff run, I've said it a couple times to you guys off air, the biggest disappointment I felt is just seeing these other superstars look at adversity and go, I'm not going to let my team lose. Or if we're going to lose, it's not going to be without a fight. The Nuggets had no fight. It starts with the very, very top that is your head coach, but immediately after that, it's your best player.
Yes.
Jalen Brunson last night, despite being hurt, despite having an off night, willed his team to a win. Several key shot after key shots.
Yep.
And then hitting that floater, I don't love that he fell down, but that's besides the point.
Right.
He hit a clutch floater, puts the game out of question.
Yeah.
That's what your superstar's supposed to do. And Nikola Jokic is great. He is phenomenal. I just wish he had that little aspect to him that goes, guys, I'm not letting us lose tonight.
But he does at times.
And I just don't know why he's so selective.
I will defend Nikola. Here's why he's selective. When he thinks they don't have it.
That's fair.
And my problem with that is, and one, he's going to have a closer finger on the pulse than I do, of course, because he's out there sweating with the guys. But I've just observed over the years, and I could be wrong. Let me know. YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda or the RamosLaw.com text line. Let me know. But it just seems like if Nikola feels like his guys aren't pulling their weight, or if Nikola feels like, and again, this is an assumption, but Nikola plays at times as if he can take over, if he feels like they can do it. If he doesn't feel like that, he does one of two things. He either pouts and doesn't shoot, or he just kind of doesn't put forth the full effort. If he feels, and again, this is me just outside looking in, if Nikola feels like they don't got it, or they're not going to win, or they can't pull this out, or let's just go to Cancun or Serbia, this would be, like, get me on a horse carriage, whatever, he just stops. And I would appreciate it. I think Nuggets fans would appreciate it if he had more of that Brunson in him, where he was just like, I'm just going to take over, and we're going to see, because anything can happen. The Spurs, to me, seemed like the impossible to overcome. You have the youth of San Antonio. You definitely have the energy. I think that Kenny brought this up. The Jet brought it up last night in the broadcast of like, hey, if San Antonio is able to play a back-and-forth transition game with their youth and their energy and the way that they space you out and, you know, Wemby on a dribble drive, like, what are you going to do? If they get you in a fast break game, then you're going to be stumbled if you're facing the Spurs. What the Knicks did, and this is back to my love of 90s basketball before you were born, it's slowing the game down. It's half-court sets. It's being very deliberate with your shot. The Knicks had their bench come through. That doesn't always happen. This is why I'm still nervous after game one. Their bench doesn't always come through. It did last night. Brunson, there was a couple shots. The fadeaway that you mentioned, the floater, and then how did he get through where he knifed through and did that one up, did go off the glass, whatever, but he knifed through and he went up for that layup with the left hand, like, how did he do? He just all of a sudden appeared. There was defensive cluster in front of him. He did a sweet move, and that's why, like, he's on a bum knee, and he's out there putting the team on his back, and then he does this move to get to between defenders and then just put it up with a layup on the left, and it was phenomenal. But as I'm watching that game, I'm thinking, wow, Brunson is the megastar. That's what your megastars do. That's what your superstars do. Why couldn't Nikola do that? And also at the same time, Alex, as I mentioned earlier in the show, when I watched the Golden Knights against the Hurricanes in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, fantastic game. It sucks the Avs aren't there. Vegas, in the way that they play together and the way that Tortorella has that team playing, it's fun to watch unless you're the opponent. And I hate Vegas, but I have such a respect for the way that they play because the discipline and the defense they play with, not every hockey team can do that. So, but when I watched that, I was watching Carolina thinking, okay, we know what happened against Vegas. Don't have an answer for that yet. But Carolina, the Canes, I think the Avs could easily hang with, if not best, if not beat, if not take down the Canes if they would have made the Stanley Cup final. They would have had to get through Vegas. That would have been tough. That would have been a test. They're already banged up. How healthy were they? But, let's just say, a full health Avs team could hang with the Canes. Vegas, different story, whatever. But they could hang, could beat, could win. I feel like Edna on The Incredibles. Fight, win! Be like that, right? At 0.0% last night, did I watch the Spurs or I watched the Knicks and think the Nuggets could have hung with either team? Did you ever get a feel last night, Alex, in watching the game of no, the Nuggets would have done this differently and this would have been different? And yes, of course, you've got Nikola Jokic, you're going to be able to make some noise. But what version are you getting? Are you getting the engaged guy who puts the team on his back and takes over because he can do that? Are you getting the guy that could take over but chooses, because it's a choice, by the way. Nikola Jokic is so talented that when he doesn't put the team on his back, that's a choice. No one is preventing Nikola Jokic from putting the team on his back. Does everybody know that? That's his choice. So if he chooses to be engaged, and I believe it's a choice, because I don't think anyone can, offensively, can anyone stop Nikola Jokic? Seriously, Alex, can anyone stop this guy?
I don't think so. And when you mentioned that Jalen Brunson thing, that was a sheer determination. I am getting to the basket. I'm going to get us a point.
Right.
I don't know, or you just don't see it enough with Nikola Jokic, where he goes, no matter what happens, I'm getting us points.
Yes.
Whether I go to the line, whether I score over this guy, I'm getting us points.
Right.
I don't know if that version of Nikola Jokic would have showed up against the San Antonio Spurs if they had made it past, who was it? Oh, that's right, the third-string players for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Right.
We talk about body language a lot in that Avs series. You saw it in Jared Bednar.
Yes.
You saw it in Nathan McKinnon. I don't know if there is an athlete that you have been able to look at more and go, this guy's body language is just off. Like Nikola Jokic. You could see it. Like you said, sometimes he's like, this team doesn't have it. And you'll see him slump, and he'll decide to take more three-point shots than get into the paint.
Right.
In those situations where he goes, yeah, my team just doesn't have it tonight. I think he would go into that Spurs series if they had gone into that going, I don't have Aaron Gordon. I don't have Peyton Watson.
Right.
I don't think he was playing at all these playoffs. And goes, yeah, we probably don't have it. And you're maybe get a 5 or 6 game series, but the Denver Nuggets can't hang with the Spurs. They can't hang with the Thunder, which really sucks because that's who you're going to have to deal with for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, the Spurs aren't going anywhere. By the way, they couldn't hang with the Knicks.
No, I don't think they could hang with the Knicks.
This version of the Denver Nuggets, and I never thought that before last night. Full stop. I had never thought that before last night. I'd always thought, okay, the Knicks, me and Jake Shapiro joke around about the Knicks. So he's like, I think your Knicks can be there. I'm like, hey, y'all don't say that, right? I felt like stepbrothers. Don't say that. Guilty as charged with the stories. So for me, I'm always nervous about this team, but I never felt like the Denver Nuggets would have a problem handling the New York Knicks had they made the NBA Finals with the Knicks. And of course, I'd be rooting for the Nuggets. Don't at me, bro. Don't be ridiculous. You can't have another team. It's an Eastern Conference team. I have a don't be that guy. I saw it the other day. Somebody had a bumper sticker where they had a Broncos logo and I think a Chiefs logo. And I think it was on either side of the car. So maybe it's his and hers. But I'm like, baby, if you're dating a Chiefs fan, you need to convert her to a Broncos fan, or you need to dump her and she can go back to Kansas City with that barbecue. So, for me, same division, even same conference. You can't be a Bills fan and a Broncos fan.
Can't be a Buffs fan and a Nebraska fan.
Exactly.
Impossible.
But if you wanted to be a Lions fan or a Broncos fan, fine. It's a different conference. Who cares as long as they don't play each other? So please don't at me, bro, about the Knicks. But I never felt until last night. I watched last night. I already knew San Antonio, they couldn't hang. And then I already knew against OKC, maybe a healthy version of the Nuggets takes them to 7 again. Maybe. We saw it last year. It was great last year. But then this last season was not great. I watched the Knicks last night and the Power of Friendship and the Care Bears and this Care Bear stare or whatever. I never thought in watching that game, Denver would have beat this version. And in fact, this is very painful to say, but I believe it to be true. And what do I say, Alex? If you're playing Cecil Amy Bingo, the truth isn't meant to make you feel good. Nikola Jokic couldn't do what Cat Williams.
All lies will be exposed. That's all.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Not Cat Williams. Karl Anthony Towns. He couldn't have done in that moment what Karl Anthony Towns did.
It was a compete thing.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns went in there and said, I'm going to compete with Victor Wembanyama.
Not afraid.
This guy's getting touted as the best player in the world.
Right.
I'm going to play very hard against him. I'm going to compete. Nikola Jokic doesn't compete on defense.
Right.
And I don't know if he can compete on defense. Like, does he have that extra gear to give? I don't know if athletically he has that gear to give. And that's the problem with the Denver Nuggets, Cecil. They're not athletic. They're not young. They are old. They have a hard time keeping up with these players who not only can defend, they want to defend.
Right.
They are getting up in your chili, and you are not allowed to move.
Right.
Denver Nuggets don't have a guy like that.
Yeah, they don't have a guy like that, and certainly when, like, Christian's not healthy, and Christian wasn't healthy this year, I never watched Christian this year and felt like that was him. I always felt like something's wrong.
Well, I mean, he's
when he
dunking
can't
on
lift
guys and stuff.
and he can't jam when normally in that spot in certain plays, or he can't block shots, he can't get up there to swat something away. Like, I don't think we saw Christian last year. We saw the banged up, 70% version of him.
I mean, if you ask our fearless team leader, Christian Brown, yeah, he was hurt and couldn't do the things that he normally does. I want to know, though, do you think that the Nuggets, like in Payton Watson, do they have that guy in Payton Watson? Is he someone who's going to go out there and want to defend? And if not, how do you get the guys that you have right now on board with the program?
Right.
How do you tell them, hey, look at the teams that are in the finals right now. These teams play hard.
Yeah.
Why can't you guys do that for me? I don't know if you can switch their philosophy in, the flipping of a switch. I just don't see it.
Yeah. Did you see it last night? RamosLaw.com text line always open, 303-713-1043, and our YouTube chat, which is powered by Sean Ponda. Want to see you there as well on our Denver Sports YouTube. What did you think last night, and did you think that based on the iteration of the Nuggets that we had, based on that team, and yes, banged up team, yes, no Payton Watson team, but based on the Nuggets that were in the playoffs this year, not the fully healthy version, that's a different story. That's a different conversation. If you want to live in that what-if game, I could do that. I got spare time. But let's talk about that team that was there that did lose to Minnesota, to their backups. That's a team that could not have put up much of a fight, if any, against San Antonio and against the New York Knicks. So, again, 303-713-1043. I want to hear your opinion there. Still doing a little bit of tri-bro call if you want to give yourself or your business a shout-out. That's 303-713-1043. Also, our YouTube chat, which is powered by Champ Honda. And I know you would appreciate this, Alex, because after the win, I was like, I'm going to wear some Knicks gear. I had Knicks colors on yesterday, but I don't wear it game day. Again, little stitious. Not superstitious, just a little stitious. But today, not only wearing a sweet Knicks hoodie, which these are so comfortable, you would appreciate this. I got a Midtown Comics shirt on.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We need to get you that Knicks gear that they had in that Beastie Boys song, What You Want?
What You Want. The Ringer t-shirt.
We need that for you.
Yeah, Mike D's t-shirt. Yeah,
that
I
thing's
need
incredible.
That. Old school Knicks logo. So excited that they got one in game one. It's far from over. And what could go 7, 6? Don't say it. I know what you want to say. I know what you want to say. I've heard you say it. I didn't like that you said it.
I like 6. Well, we'll go 6.
Okay.
I won't say who I have. I like 6.
Okay.
And also, a quick don't at me, bro, because I know I just kind of poo-pooed on the Denver Nuggets a little bit there.
Yeah, right.
I love the Denver Nuggets. They are my favorite team, bar none.
Yeah,
I love
you're
them
the biggest
so much.
Knicks fan that I know. Nuggets fan.
Absolutely. Like I'm like Jared Bednar. I love you guys. Like that's how I feel about the Denver Nuggets. I know I just was critical of them, but when you love something so much, you should be able to take a look at it and understand that something is wrong, fundamentally wrong with the team, and be able to come out and say it like we're doing right now. We love them. There's just so much wrong with that team right now where when you watch a finals, it's hard to picture them in that situation anytime soon.
Well, and that's the thing. It's all about debate, conversation. I've always said, even though I'm mostly solo today, like it's not necessarily a monologue, it's a dialogue. And I like having the dialogue with Nuggets fans as long as you're legitimately interested in having the conversation. I feel like that on other topics as well, because too many people are just like, you can't say anything bad about Joker. He doesn't play defense. He got pushed around by Jaden McDaniels. Like, is that not bad? Or is that not reality? Because I like dealing in reality sometimes. And the reality of the situation is the Nuggets are far away from being the team that they need to be able to hang with and or beat a team like San Antonio, Oklahoma City, or yes, even from the East, those dastardly New York Knicks. It is Dover and Cecil. Dover's out today, so I am flying solo talking about coaches who has perhaps 1 year left on their time with their Denver sports teams. I talked about Jared Bednar a little bit earlier. I want to talk about Deion Sanders. What is enough for the Colorado Buffaloes? And are we entering the final year of the Deion Sanders era in Boulder? We'll talk about all that and more next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause. Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown. On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
This July 4th, celebrate at America's Block Party, a can't-miss concert at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, hosted by America 250. Learn more at america250.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
For some reason, Deion Sanders made this song. And I think that's Deion, except they like chipmunked his voice. Now that's Deion right there. Say Hi to the Bad Guy, one of my favorite songs on his solo album, which is so bad it's actually good. Deion Sanders basically did the Showgirls of 90s hip-hop, where he put out something that he was serious about. It was his rap album. I think there's like a song where he talks about busting a cap, which is interesting for Deion Sanders. But like the album's terrible. I bought it 4 times. Bought it once on cassette, twice on CD because I scratched the first CD because I played it so much, and then it was on Apple Music, and I bought it then. It had an extra track that I'd never heard of in 30 years of listening to Deion Sanders. So thank you, Alex, for that. We're here. It's Dover and Cecil. Dover is out today, so I'm riding solo. Roy in the YouTube chat, powered by Champ Honda, says, you're doing an awesome job going solo, Cease. Thank you, Roy. It used to be the way I did radio, so it's kind of old hat for me. But speaking of old hat and old, it's my old friend Drew Spivak, Hockey Gandalf. You know him, you love him on this show. You want to talk about Deion Sanders and if there's more than just this year. Basically the topic today, and talking about Jared Bednar, which you and I did earlier in the show, and talking about David Adelman, which I'll do coming up, I believe, at 1:30. I've got that, David Adelman, coming up there. But now it's to talk about Deion Sanders. Is 2026 going to be the final year for Deion? What are we looking for here with the Buffaloes? And so many wild and varying opinions. I thought last year they'd win 8 games. That obviously was completely wrong. This season, I'm kind of in a wait-and-see mode and kind of a prove-it-to-me mode before I get too excited about Marion and the go-go offense and Juju. It all comes down to if it works with Juju. Please don't leave Juju. And by the way, did you see Yahoo? Of course, you probably didn't because you hate mock drafts. Jordan Seaton, #1 overall pick.
Really?
In a recent mock draft for Yahoo Sports.
Not surprising, though, like he's going to LSU now.
Yeah, with his talent and his skill set, it could be happen. Anyway.
Can he be better with the run game, though?
Right.
Because run blocking is not his specialty.
Right.
Pass blocking, fantastic.
And you know, at LSU, they're going to want to run the ball down there, so we'll see about that. But moving on from the Jordan Seaton talk, what should we be expecting from Deion this year? Is it possibly his final year? I think it is. I think it could be. But I just don't know what to expect.
I don't think anybody does. And that's part of the problem. That year by year, we don't know what we're going to get from this Colorado football team.
There's nothing from the previous season to really build on.
No.
Because of the changes that they've made.
The only thing that we maybe can look at and say, all right, we saw Juju last year. We saw glimpses of hey, this kid might be pretty good.
Right.
We didn't see enough, but was that Juju's fault? Or was that the lack of offensive talent around him? Was that the lack of a run game? Was it the lack of an offensive line? Was it Pat Shurmur's my offensive coordinator and we don't fit together?
Ding, 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 ding.
All of the above, probably?
Yeah, exactly.
So, as far as what to expect or hope for, I think I go with maybe hope for that maybe this team is going to be improved. Now you've got an offensive coordinator in there, in Brendan Marion, that fits better with Juju. You watch this go-go offense, you're like, wow, this is pretty fun. Now, it was fun at UNLV with some decent talent.
Right.
It was fun at Sacramento State with some pretty decent talent.
And Sac State, by the way, has better players than people would think because you're going to think Sac State and be like, slappies. No. There's actually some good Hornets out there.
And they're one of the better Division
FCS
teams. I always get that confused still.
Yeah.
They're one of the top teams in FCS year in and year out.
Yeah.
So now what can he do with Division I, Big 12 talent? That's the big question mark.
Could be pretty exciting.
It could be. I think it could be for sure. And I love actually what Deion did this offseason. Instead of going out and trying to get the big fish or, some guy from Alabama that was a third stringer that didn't play much, but it was a high recruit.
Right.
I say, no, let me go out and get the best players from the lower level conferences and leagues and stuff like that.
Right.
And let's see what these guys can do. You go out and you get the best players from Sacramento State. You go out and you get a kid from Buffalo and Bowling Green. But these are guys that were all conference guys and not really necessarily the higher recruits. Yeah, you still went to Texas and got a top-notch wide receiver there that did some things down there. But the way he went about it, I actually give Deion a lot of credit for going that route this year instead of the way he's gone about it in the past.
Right, and I think if you bring up Alabama, what was it, Otis on the defensive line they had brought in? It's like, well, that didn't really work out. I was excited about Otis as far as being like a former Alabama player. Isn't it much better to get guys that had experience playing and were rewarded with like all conference nods? Like, I think that might be a better strategy. It's been kind of throw it against the wall, see what sticks with Deion, especially with Pat Shurmur running the offense. But I, like you, appreciate now they're going for guys that have played, that have experience, that are going to come in and know their expectations and have a certain level of production already.
Well, and I think there's this like kind of maybe false narrative out there. It's like, oh, that guy could only make it at, Sacramento State. He can't do it in the Big 12. He can't do it at the division, the FBS level. No, he can. There's different reasons why guys end up at certain schools. Sometimes they don't bloom quick enough. Sometimes they just weren't recruited because they weren't showcased enough by their high school team. There's all sorts of different reasons for it. Give me the guy that plays play in, play out, game in, game out. Give me that guy over the backup at Alabama all day, every day. I would much rather see that guy and know that, hey, he had success at a pretty good level, and now he can come in and do it in the Big 12.
Yeah, and now you can come in and get it done for the Colorado Buffaloes. But is this the final year for Deion? With so many unknowns, I'm not exactly sure. I like the idea of Marion perhaps being a future head coach for this team. That's way, perhaps.
Is it?
I was going to say, it's way in the future. By that I mean 2027. But either way, with Deion, I'm worried about if this just isn't what he wants to do, especially if it goes downhill. We have to answer the question, what is enough? You and I talked off air of like, because you'd push back on me and saying like, well, hey, what do you mean? And I said, Alamo Bowl. Alamo Bowl. Is that good enough?
No.
To show that there's progress with Deion.
Why should it be? And here's the question I'll ask, because Deion Sanders is one of the highest paid coaches in America, is he not?
Right, yeah.
Why should our expectations as fans be 6-7 wins? I don't understand that logic. Like, do you think Georgia fans expect Kirby Smart to, like, man, I just hope Kirby can get to 7 wins this year.
Right.
And maybe we sneak into the Poinsettia Bowl or whatever it is.
Right.
Like, why should that be the expectation? Yes, I know the talent on the roster is an unknown. Is it going to be to the level of Georgia or Alabama? No, it's not going to be. But when your head coach is paid a certain amount of money, when you're a top 10, 15, whatever paid head coach in the country, the expectation should be to win 9, 10, 11 games, compete for the Big 12 title. Is that the reality? No, probably not.
Yeah.
But that should be the expectation, and it drives me nuts that people don't put that expectation. Like, well, I just hope that Deion can get to 6 wins this year. Why? Expect more. Want more. Like, we see it all the time with Tad Boyle up there. People are like, oh, well, Tad wins 20 games once every 3 years, so all is good.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't our expectations be higher? That drives me nuts.
Why did they get lowered for the Colorado Buffaloes? Because we were talking about LSU earlier. What's the expectations for Lane Kiffin?
Go out and win the SEC
exactly.
and be in the playoff and make a run to at least the Final Four?
Yes, exactly. So with that sort of pay that Deion Sanders is getting, it actually makes no sense that there would be so low expectations for the Buffaloes. I mean, that's the reality of it. I guess I'm fascinated with the why. Like, why are we there? Why are we short selling what the Buffaloes should be based on what their coach is getting? And I think a lot of it was the past, outside of 2016, because I know Phil will always bring that up. Yes, 2016, Phil. But for like 20 years, this team just wasn't really good.
No.
And I suppose now that's why there's this reaction from Boulder, but you're a former champion. You're a former national champion. I know it was back in the day. I know it was forever ago. But still, the pride and tradition of the Colorado Buffaloes should not be forgotten or overlooked. And with Deion Sanders, it's just like, it's okay if they're average.
Right. And why is that okay? Like that should never be okay. And we saw 2 years ago what this could look like.
Yes.
We saw it with a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yep.
We saw it with a pretty darn good defense. We saw it with a heck of a lot of offensive
talent.
And
a good college quarterback.
We saw it. Why can't that be the case? And now I'm hoping that this year is the way that they turn it around. Like we said, the way Deion went about his recruiting cycle this year, it's much better. If you look ahead to their high school class next year, it's actually pretty good. I think they're top 40 right now as far as recruiting in high school.
Okay.
We haven't said that about Dion at all.
Yeah, ever.
He couldn't have cared less about high school recruits.
Right.
So it comes back to the age-old question like you asked. It's like, do I think that this is going to be Dion's last year? Yes, I do, for a number of reasons. Number one, I think health.
Yeah.
We know he's dealing with a ton of stuff.
Right.
The fact that he's still doing this is kind of a minor miracle at this point. So I think health plays a factor, and the fact is, like, if they go 5-7, 4-8, even maybe 6-6, he may just look at it and say, you know what, it's probably time for me to move on.
Yeah.
CU's not going to fire him because they can't afford to.
Right.
But do I think it's his last year? Yeah, I think this is Dion's last year in Boulder.
Okay, so we'll see what happens there. What do you think? RamosLaw.com text line's always open at 303-713-1043, and a YouTube chat powered by Champ Honda is right there on YouTube. Make sure to jump in and let us know what you think of Deion Sanders. And is your child interested in picking up the game of football? Join Denver Sports 104 The Fan for our 3rd annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Children aged 8 to 14 can enjoy hands-on coaching from former Denver Broncos players like Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, as well as a staff of coaches from Denver South. All proceeds benefit Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. For more information and to register your child, head to denversports.com/camp. That's denversports.com/camp. We've got some news from Broncos OTAs, including where Bo Nix was seen at OTAs. I'll tell you that next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Next up, North Glen. June 12th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, gentlemen? Josh over here to talk to you about erectile dysfunction and tell you how my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help. ED is a terrible condition. It's going to cause stress in your relationship, anxiety, undue hardships on a man, and often your partner's going to blame themselves, and that's unfair to you. It's unfair to them. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. What are you doing, fellas? You're just going to not have sex for the rest of your life? Let me know how that works out for you. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com has treatments with success rates well over 90%. So stop putting this thing off and set up your first appointment today. The initial visit only costs you $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll test your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, you're going to get a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. This isn't a quick get-rich scheme for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This is about improving men's health and getting rid of the stigma that is erectile dysfunction. So again, I'll tell you, treatments with success rates well over 90%. You could be having sex as soon as the next day, but you have to start your conversation today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That sound your grandkids make when they really want something. Let's see if I can do it. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. An equal housing lender. Please. That's how mine sound anyway, and this summer they're hoping for a pool. I don't know about that, but I do know this. New and exciting things can happen this season. Opportunities are all around us, like visiting local farmers markets and listening to outdoor concerts. Having friends over for a barbecue is fun. Ferris wheel rides and county fairs. However your family spends the summer, Alpine Bank hopes it's a fantastic one. We'll see you out and about, probably at the local pool because that backyard pool seems like a stretch. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Champ Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly the way car buying should have always been. At Champ Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Champ Honda difference for yourself. Visit Champ Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Growing a business is hard enough. Figuring out where to advertise shouldn't be a thing that holds you back. Your customers are listening to this station. Heck, you are. They're streaming Denver's biggest games on their TVs. They're tuned into the podcasts everyone's talking about. We help you show up in all three with one plan, one team, and results you can actually see. We've helped businesses like yours grow for years. Let us show you how. Visit DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. You know summer's around the corner, and what does that mean? That means your air conditioner is going to be blowing 24/7. And you know what that means? That means dust and debris in the air. Hey, you clean your floors, you clean your counters, you clean your closets, but what about your air? Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews, and they're recommended by more contractors than anybody else. Their complete ventilation cleaning package scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing all the dirt and debris that other companies leave behind. Before your AC runs all season long, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Go to ductworks.com or just call them at 303-425-0985.
303-425-0985.
Ditch the bland, flavorless sports talk and tune into Freshly Grated, where Will Peterson and Marcello Romano serve up piping hot takes and bold opinions with no filter and an extra side of sarcasm. Every weekday at 2 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like and subscribe today at Denver Sports 104.3 and come along for the ride. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
That's right, it's Dover and Cecil, rocking with you from 10 to 2. Literally rocking now with Motley Crue and the whiny-ass voice of Vince Neil. Vince Meal, I should say. Welcome in, everyone. Dover is out today, so I am riding solo. Got Alex Botello here on the ones and twos. Hockey Gandalf, you know him as Drew Spivak, is here as well, as we've got a cast of characters behind the scenes at Denver Sports to get it done. And we'll talk about sports, talk about Denver Sports, talk about the Denver Broncos, of course, and what to expect at Broncos OTAs. OTAs, the open to the media portion is done. And now, for example, Talanoa Hufanga is talking to the media. We'll see what Huff has to say about this team and about this defense going forward. And it is that Broncos defense where you could look at and say, how much improved can you be? I ask the question for individuals all the time. I just did a little bit earlier when talking about the Denver sports scene and Jonathan Cooper specifically. Have we seen the best from Jonathan Cooper? Probably. He's pretty close to his ceiling, you would imagine. Have we seen the best of Nick Bonito? I don't think so. And I think he's further away from his ceiling than, let's say, a Jonathan Cooper is. I've never really done that exercise for a side of the ball. But I will do that now, and I appreciate your help, not only on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043, but also on our YouTube chat, which is powered by Champ Honda. Appreciate you all for that. I'll ask the question with the Broncos defense. Have we seen the best of Vance Joseph? Have we seen the best of VJ's defense? I suppose I could do my VJ Magic 8 Ball, and let me shake it up here. If you're on camera on YouTube, you're seeing me shake my Vance Joseph Magic 8 Ball. Magic 8 Ball, VJ Magic 8 Ball. Have we seen the best of your defense?
I'm not sure.
Can I get a more succinct answer? Can I get a better answer than that? Because I'm not sure either if we've seen the best of the Broncos defense. I don't want to say yes. Like, full disclosure, as I work this thing out in my own brain, and I'm not too good at talking with words and such, as I work this out in my brain, like, have we seen the best of the Broncos defense? I don't want to say yes. Because if you've seen the best, then the question becomes, can you maintain that? And if you've seen the best, if you've seen the top, then that only means there's one way to go, and that's down. I don't want to say that. But what is the answer? The truth isn't meant to make you feel good. What's the truth about this Broncos defense? Is the truth they actually have played their best football, or is there more there? I think the answer is pretty easy. And the answer is there's more there. And I'm not saying that as some sort of Broncos homer. One, not a Broncos homer. Two, wouldn't say that anyway. Well, if you're a homer, I guess you would. But still, Have we seen the best of the Broncos defense? The answer is no, and here's the simple answer as to why we could see it this year. And it's called turnovers. Talanoa Hufanga is talking right now. Can Huff get some more turnovers? Hufanga is always around the ball. He doesn't catch the ball. Knock it down, as Tommy Jackson would say. Like, yeah, that's fine. That's great, baby. A PBU is fantastic. You know what's better than a PBU? An INT. So that's something to watch out for. If you're a Broncos defender, can you get more of the peanut punch? Can you get that football knocked out? Can you create more fumbles? Can you create more turnovers in terms of interceptions? You're going to get the pressures. You're going to get the sacks, right? And then you can create turnovers based on that. Let It Bow on our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Honda, says, late last season is when they started creating turnovers. Okay? Can they carry that over then to this year? A lot of teams can. We've seen it before in years past. I'll go back to even late season Steve McNair when he was a young player. Like, before we knew he was really going to be Air McNair, we knew he was that at Alcorn State, but not in the NFL. And then he showed some glimpses and then became that. I'll go back to week 17, Willie Parker at 100 yards against the Bills in a meaningless game. Next season at like 1,000 yards. So it does happen where you can carry something over from the end of the season into the next year. Is that the turnovers for the Broncos defense? Can they carry that over and then become great at getting turnovers? I think that's something to watch out for, and something Vance Joseph will be coaching his guys up on this year. He'll be coaching his guys up to get more turnovers, to generate more sacks and pressures, but then also off of that, I think it's kind of a two-part system. You need to create the pressures. You need to get the sacks if you can. But when that quarterback is pressured, and this is the great thing about Zach Allen, there's so many things about Zach Allen, one of the best players at his position. I know great players, and I know that Zach Allen is a great player. I've seen great players. I know great players. I know Zach Allen. Zach Allen is a fantastic player because middle pressure makes every quarterback look mortal. So when that mortal quarterback, and I don't care if it's Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Fernando Mendoza, or anyone else that you're going to face on this Broncos schedule, when you face that pressure, when you become mortal, when you're throwing it up there and on heaven on a prayer or whatever, get that ball. Go get that football. Whether you're Pat Surtain, and Surtain has the, I guess it's not really a benefit, but Surtain has the just work, kind of substance, if you will, to not really get targeted, right? That's on his agenda, I guess I should say, as I'm struggling to find my words. Pat Surtain's not going to get many targets. So because of that, do I expect Pat Surtain, what Champ Bailey have that one year, like 10 picks, whatever it was? Is he going to have a double-digit interception season? No. Am I going to lose his mind when he doesn't? No. Is Surtain going to have a couple 3 picks? Sure. Could he have more? Yeah, I guess, but he'd have to get more targets thrown his way. There are times. There's either young quarterbacks that are too dumb to know not to throw to Pat Surtain, or there's veteran quarterbacks that try to be a little ballsy and throw up Pat Surtain, and he can make you pay. Pat Surtain's the type of guy you don't want to test him because you will not pass the test against Pat Surtain. He's going to school you, he's going to smoke you, and you're going to choke when you go against Pat Surtain because he's going to shut you down. There's going to be some guys that test him from time to time, but he's never the player that you look at and say, why doesn't he have insert number of interceptions? Why doesn't he have 8 interceptions? Or whatever the number is. Give me a crazy number. I'm going to agree with it. I'm going to say it. That's the thing. Like, Surtain is that guy that you can rely on to take away half the field, blot out his man, whatever. I'm not saying Surtain has to be the guy to get more turnovers, but Hufanga, you've got to. Brandon Jones, you've got to. Riley Moss, you've got to. Jaquan McMillan, you've got to. Now, the nice thing is about all of those players is they can. They just have to do it. Jaquan McMillan can get picks. Looks at what he did against Buffalo. By the way, Buffalo fans, stop showing your ass. It's just so dumb. Again, I don't know exactly where that drops from, Alex, but we must find it. I think it was from a news broadcast. Oh, you dumb. Like, I think that when I hear a Bills fan be like, that was totally a catch. Oh, you dumb. That's just dumb. I don't know how any football fan can watch that play with Jaquan McMillan and think that that was a catch for Buffalo. So anytime Bills fans, I encourage you, one, to keep breaking tables, keep drinking nonstop. Like, how's that work out? Like, it's a great, awesome. It's awesome for your audience, but it's pathetic when Bills fans say, oh, that was a catch.
It's mind-boggling.
It is mind-boggling. Thank you, Vance Joseph. See, I struggle for my words. VJ never does. Ever. Guys on point, guys on the money. And this Broncos defense can be even better than we expect. We have high expectations for the Broncos defense already. I'm here to tell you, I'm just saying, I'm a race car in the red. I'm just saying, there's another level.
We're back.
And that level is getting more turnovers. Jimin on our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Ponda, says, Cecil, do you ever get tired of talking? I'll tell you, 4-hour solo is a little bit stressful on the old vocal cords. I'm working out in a way that I don't normally work out. Of course, on Dover and Cecil. With Dover out today, I'm riding solo. Alex Boteo here on the ones and twos. Kevin Kistner out of Broncos OTAs. Kistner will be back in, and we'll get some thoughts from Kevin here in the final hour of today's program. But do I ever get tired of talking? No. And I suppose that's a good/bad thing, depending on what you think of my talking. So, dile que tu me quieres. Just tell me you love me. Just tell me you love me. That's all. And what's else is this Broncos OTAs coming up with Mike Kliss, we talked to earlier today. What were some of the things Kliss said that were the most interesting about Broncos OTAs? What have we learned from today's proceedings out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit? More of that next.
The Colorado Avalanche have been hit with a major front office shakeup. Chris McFarland is heading to Nashville, taking over as the Predators' new architect. And now Joe Sakic is stepping back into the GM role, at least through the draft and free agency. And for Jared Bednar, reports say he's staying right where he is. The bench boss remains the constant in Colorado's chase for another cup, even as the organization reshapes around him. A new era begins, but the mission stays the same. Keep the Avalanche in the hunt and keep the window wide open. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The game started. Call your dad. I'm on it, Ma. Hola, Pa.
Hello, hijita. I can't hear you. I'm at the stadium in Monterrey. Goal!
Here, shout goal together. Get nonstop talk, text, and data in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada with T-Mobile, America's best network. Switch on the T-Life app or on T-Mobile.com/connectate. On qualifying plans not for extended international use, you must reside in the U.S. In primary usage must occur on our network. Best based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They're changing your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Stoke here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you in the market for a new air conditioner? Well, hold on. You need to think about a heat pump. It cools and heats your home. My team at ROX are Colorado's heat pump experts and rebate specialists. Get up to $12,000 in energy rebates and credits. These savings are incredible, but they're only available for a limited time. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Water is essential to life.
Humans are 60% water.
Water carved the Grand Canyon, and it pummels boulders into sand.
But a little water leak in your roof can cause mold and deterioration of your home.
Let Denver Roof Pros stay on top of your roof with our preventative roof service plans to prolong your roof's life and protect your home and the people you love.
Check it out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Quarter number 4, it's Dover and Cecil. Dover's out today, so I'm riding solo with you. There, you just heard the docile tones of my man Alex Botello on the 1s and 2s. Got hacky sack. I'm going to play some hacky sack. Is this a hacky sack? Somebody's throwing around a hacky sack here. I
believe that's Hockey Gandalf's.
Is that Hockey Gandalf's?
It might be.
I thought it was Zach and Phil. I was like, are Zach and Phil smoking a doobie and playing hacky sack in between breaks? Like, seriously, what's going on? I need to have the sniff test when Zach By gets in here and be like, what do you smell like, girl? Because I saw that hacky sack. I was like, only stoners and burnouts play hacky sack, right? Am I right? Like, does the Ocho have hacky sack? Who else? Where's hacky sack? How did hacky sack start? I just remember going to community college, Last Chance Cowboy College up there in Cheyenne. Shout out to our listeners in Cheyenne at 102.9. But I was like, why do we have a hacky sack? I haven't seen a hacky sack in 20 years. Alex, I know, before you were born. But I haven't seen a hacky sack in so long. That's why it's a don't be that guy. Because then it becomes everything. I wasn't alive 20 years ago. Like, you wouldn't say that. But
what
I'm
is
just
a
saying.
Walkman? No, just kidding.
Exactly, right. Cassette. You said you had Deion Sanders' rap album on cassette. Yeah, so what's the story there? I guess I'll find it out. And I guess I'll sniff Zach when he comes in, which might be weird, but also might be entertaining. It is.
He's a tall guy.
No, he is a tall guy. Denver Sports, it's 104.3 The Fan. Cecil Lammy here, and of course, talking about these Denver Broncos and OTAs going on right now. Got some audio coming for you. Got some observations from OTAs from our own Kevin Kistner. He is out there, and he should be on his way back. And again, tonight is the Healthy Swings event at Coors Field. It's for charity. It's a fantastic event. I encourage everyone to go out there. The public can purchase tickets. Alex, I believe the tickets are still for sale. Is that correct?
I think they might still be.
Okay, double check for me on
I'll
that, just in case I don't want to say something and then people can't get tickets. But yes, it's a great event. Looks like the weather's going to be perfect for this one. So much better than last year.
Perfect.
It was not perfect at all. Thank you. Do you say Kobe when you do that? Kobe, like that's like perfect, right? Perfect. You get that one.
That was in my
there.
brain, absolutely.
Okay.
I just love the sound.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It is. It's awesome. It means you did a great job. You did a fantastic, wonderful job. It's a major award. It's a major award for OTAs. Now, I did joke around with Mike Kliss earlier. I'm glad we're not doing the Bo Nix was 10 for 11, and of course, Bo's out there seen on the sidelines. This one from Kliss on Twitter, and Mike Kliss 9 News is the Twitter handle. Bo Nix not participating in OTAs. However, Mike Kliss reports via Twitter that Bo Nix was seen on the sidelines at the team's OTAs on Thursday, June 4th. Nix is working his way back from a broken ankle suffered in January. That comes in from Mike Kliss at Mike Kliss 9 News on Twitter. So, yeah, Bo Nix was seen out there. He was seen on the sidelines. And you can still get tickets for a Healthy Swings event. I want to see you out there. I will be out there. Andrew Mason will be out there. And Kevin Kistner is going there with me as well. Healthy Swings is a great event. Broncos going out there doing some home run derby stuff for charity. And it's absolutely awesome. And also at the same time, like, we're going to hear from some Broncos over the next few weeks. Got a couple of sessions for OTAs that are open, and then every single day is open for mandatory minicamp. And because of that, we're going to hear a lot from the Broncos. We might hear more or have better answers or better sound bites from the Healthy Swing events tonight. So just a programming note for Orange and Blue Today viewers. Of course, our Denver Sports YouTube channel has multiple shows that you can watch and enjoy in addition to our radio shows. And Orange and Blue Today usually fires at 5 p.m. Today we will be not on at 5 because the Healthy Swing event starts at 5. So look forward to like 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Mason and I will jump on and do a live show from home that you can enjoy out there on Orange and Blue Today. But we'll be going over OTAs. And, just kind of observations. How did things look? What are the Denver Broncos saying? What do they think about this year? But Bo Nix on the sideline, seen on the sideline at OTAs, of course, not participating in OTAs. Is there a chance that Bo Nix participates in mandatory minicamp? Yes, there is. I had talked to Mike Kliss earlier in the show 2 hours ago, and I asked Kliss my very first question, like, are we going to get any sort of update on Bo Nix? And he said, yeah, probably not. And there's a chance... These are Kliss's words, and, we'll look forward to whatever we get with Bo Nix. But Kliss said 2 hours ago, there's a chance we see him for a little bit in mandatory minicamp. So talk about soft selling. I think that's soft selling a little bit. But there's a chance that we see a little bit from Bo Nix in mandatory minicamp. Just a little bit. And here's what I want to see from Bo Nix. Full health and full strength. I want to see Bo Nix play the entire year, and here's what else I want to see. And it's a game where 100% injury rate, so perhaps I'm being unfair. I think Darth Vader would say, perhaps you feel you're being treated unfairly. He said that to Lando Calrissian. Perhaps you're being treated unfairly. I'll say this. I just want Bo Nix to stay healthy and to get healthy, and then after the season, do you know what I want? After the Broncos win the Super Bowl, because Super Bowl 61 is theirs until it's not. After the Broncos win the Super Bowl and Bo Nix raises the Lombardi Trophy, and after Sean Payton raises the Lombardi Trophy, takes it, swipes it from Roger Goodell, grabs it, pulls it out of Goodell's hands, and he says, this one's for me. That's Sean Payton. As soon as that happens, do you know the next thing that I don't want to hear? Oh, and Bo Nix had a little cleanup surgery. Because last year he had that with the back. And then this year he has it with the ankle. Like, baby, I know it's 100% injury rate, but it would be nice, I'm just saying, if your quarterback went to the offseason and didn't need another surgery. Just saying.
I'd say that's more than nice.
I was going to say
that would be ideal and expected.
I thought you were going to say, I thought that would be perfect.
I do think it would be.
Perfect. We got to work that in as much as possible. As much as possible. I got to work this one in, too.
Thank you for calling, man. Praise God.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Theo Vaughn. Praise God for Bo Nix, because Bo Nix, it's all about him. It's all about that ankle. And with Bo Nix, does he need to have a couple of reps of mandatory minicamp? Not really.
He's not tall.
6'1". It's fine. He's fine. He's taller than me. Does he need to be out there? Like, let's fast forward this thing. I always think about what we can talk about and then end up what we do talk about. If Bo Nix doesn't participate in mandatory minicamp, like 0%, he's still on the sidelines. He doesn't even put a helmet on. He's just standing on the sidelines. What would the talking point be? Now, I might name names. Some would say, oh, this is the biggest deal ever, and Bo Nix is not a mandatory minicamp. Disaster for the Broncos. Some would say that. You know who I'm talking about. Some would also, on the flip side of that, the homers would say, it's not a big deal. Now, am I a homer? No. Would I say it's not a big deal? Not necessarily. I'd say it's not ideal, right? Is it a big deal? Probably not. As long as August gets here and Bo Nix isn't on the PUP list to start training camp, that's the main thing. I guess if I were to put like a qualifier on it, so long as Bo Nix does not begin training camp on the PUP list, I could care less if he participates at all in mandatory minicamp. If he does, great. Don't get banged up. And if he doesn't, great. It's not a big deal so long as August rolls around and you're not on the PUP list. Period. Point blank, period. What else is going on at Broncos OTAs? We've got audio from the players. What do the players think about this upcoming season? We'll get to that next.
Summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. You get 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, and Bluetooth speaker. Oh, and did we mention you also get a $250 gift card to fill up that cooler? Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. We'll see you at the lake. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here from our friends, SodaDietNutrition.com. You can call them up, 866-800-SODA. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back because of the dynamic diet, the personalized plan just for me. Listen, everyone has different responsive food sensitivities, weaknesses, lifestyles, habits, behaviors. A one-size-fits-all approach does not work when it comes to your weight loss journey. That's why the dynamic diet from SodaDietNutrition.com works out so well. It can for you. It did for me. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds. My dude, Chris, he is going through soda right now on week 6. He's lost over 30 pounds. Fantastic work, Chris. Great job. And having that dynamic diet, having that personalized plan for you, and having your own nutritionist available via text anytime when you need questions, concerns, straight up encouragement at times is all the difference maker. You've got to do things the right way. There's no mystery pills, no chemicals, no injections. This is knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And it works. It worked for me. Lost 60 pounds 5 years ago, and I'm never going back because I learned everything I need to know from soda. 866-800-SODA, SodaDietNutrition.com online because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose by treating people, not just patients. With innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal. At Common Spirit Health, clinical excellence lives here. Human kindness lives here. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
In the playoffs, games are won and lost in overtime, where the pressure is at its highest. In your facility, overtime starts the moment the power goes down. That's when experience makes the difference. For over 40 years, Piper Electric has delivered expert electrical construction, service, and maintenance, including fire alarms and large-scale power distribution. Their licensed electricians are built for high-pressure situations and complex projects. Starting something new? Make the call that keeps you out of overtime. Include Piper Electric. Visit piperelectric.com.
So this is Todd Whalen. I'm here with Deanna, an Advanced Tax Solutions client. How did Advanced Tax Solutions fix your problem?
They solved the tax years where I had made errors. They filed the years that I was delinquent in, and they helped me make a payment plan with the IRS.
How does it feel now that the problem is fixed?
Amazing. As a matter of fact, we use Advanced Tax every year for our regular filing, and I just have a huge sense of relief knowing that that part of adulting is done for me.
Now, how do you feel about the staff of Advanced Tax Solutions?
The staff have always been kind, considerate, and caring. I feel like I'm the only customer when I'm there.
Any advice for anybody out there listening?
Don't be afraid to ask for help. The people at Advanced Tax will not judge you. They're there to help, and they're there to listen. Reach out before it's too late.
Thank you so much, Deanna. We'd love to help anyone out there listening. It's Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040.
John Anderson, the voice of Yes, is coming to the Paramount Theater. An evening of progressive rock mastery with one of the most recognizable voices in music. Yes epics, classics, and more featuring John Anderson and the band Geeks. July 8th, 7:30 p.m. at Paramount Theater. Tickets on sale now at ParamountDenver.com. Don't miss John Anderson with the band Geeks for an unforgettable night. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Tacori.
Handcrafted in California, Tacori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement rings.
Including Tacori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Tacori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Tacori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Tacori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. You'll find all your Tacori jewelry at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state, all at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Tacori ring she's always dreamed of.
Tacori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, where Colorado shines. On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
When disaster hits your home, it's game time. Water in the basement, fire damage, mold creeping in. Don't sit on the sidelines. Call Able. Able Restoration is your first round draft pick for emergency response, mitigation, and full rebuild. We move fast, protect your property, and fight for you with insurance start to finish. This isn't practice. This is your home. And when it's time to step up and protect what matters most, bring Able to the table. Call 303-590-5600. That's 303-590-5600. Go Able.
Bring Able to the table.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
It is Dover and Cecil here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Cecil Lammy riding solo with Dover out today, and Sean Payton has talked. And talk to our guys. Was that like a one-on-one with ZB? Did ZB get in like 3 questions with Sean Payton? Our guy, Zach By, out there giving it to Coach. Hopefully Coach isn't giving him the double bird. Anyway, if you know, you know. Payton, an update on Bo Nix from OTAs. Here's what Coach Payton had to say.
Good. It's kind of what I told you. I think we'll see him in that role here. I mean, you don't see the pre-practice, but he's been throwing. And I do think in our 3rd week, when you guys are out here for 3 straight days, I think you'll see more of a role.
Okay, when you're out here for 3 straight days, you'll see more of a role. That means mandatory minicamp. And again, just like the previous segment, do you need to see Bo Nix in mandatory minicamp? No. If he's able to, great, I guess. But it's also at the same time, it's not a demand for me. It's not something where, like, I have to see this from Bo Nix or else he's behind schedule and the Broncos have lied or whatever. Like, I'm just trying to mentally prepare myself for the BS that might be floated out there in case Bo Nix does not participate in mandatory minicamp, because, again, we're setting up a thing where Sean Payton, y'all said that. Why'd you say that? Y'all don't say that. Like Sean Payton saying again, good stuff about Bo Nix, stuff that we can look forward to, something that we can kind of grasp onto, and it's not yet come to fruition because we're not here at mandatory minicamp. So what do we need to see at mandatory minicamp? Sean Payton also was asked about the schedule, the Broncos schedule, not the toughest in the league, not even in the top 5, according to the Football Power Index, which believe whatever you want to believe. I think stats and numbers can deceive and deviate and tell whatever story you want them to tell. I'm thinking of the Jared Bednar, Colorado Avalanche. They only average 5 wins in the playoffs. Look at all the other powerhouse teams and what they average in the playoffs as far as wins over the last 10 years or whatever. you're going to be surprised by that. So again, stats, numbers, analytics, they can tell stories. Week 1 is a liar in the NFL. Stats are a liar in certain aspects. But the schedule, everyone looks at the schedule. This is a tough schedule. Broncos, tough schedule. Of course, first place schedule being the number 1 seed in the AFC. Sean Payton was asked on the Broncos schedule.
It's really more about just the unique travel. When I look at the schedule, you just look at short weeks. It's the nuance games. Look, you know you're going to be playing in them if you're playing every weekend Sunday at 2:30 or on the East Coast at 1. Yeah. There's probably not a lot of interest, so it's good to be in some of those games. I think we have a couple Friday, a Thursday, a Sunday, a Monday, all good.
Okay, we're all good. And I thought when Payton talked about the travel schedule, I was like, is he trying to get a trip out to West Virginia again? To his place where his buddy, he like helped design it or whatever. His buddy's the former governor of West Virginia. And then he built the Briar Patch, whatever it is, where, of course, I was when it was a downpour out there for the Broncos road swing. What was that, Tampa Bay and the Jets there in Bo Nix's rookie season. So when he talked about travel schedule, I was like, oh, is he talking about going to West Virginia? Is he trying to get Greg Penner to pay for more stuff? Is that the thing? Like, I've got some wealthy buddies. I'm friendly with Greg Penner. I'll say that. It's not like we're, hanging out or playing golf together. But, like, I don't know. Sean Payton, is that a don't be that guy? When you have the rich friend in your group and you're like, hey, we're going to West Virginia, right? And you're paying. That's a don't be that guy, right? Where you've got the rich friend. Because, again,
how rich they are. Because, like, if they're rich, I feel like it's implied where it's like, hey, man, help me out here.
Okay, it's implied, but also isn't it kind of rude? I don't want to go to my wealthy friends. Like, let's say I'm, for some reason, hanging out with Brandon Stokely. Do you think Stoke really wants me to be like, hey, Stoke, you're paying for everything, right? And Stokely's got way more money than I do, right? So I think that's kind of a don't be that guy.
Yeah,
but
I could see it.
It sounds like something Sean Payton would do, though. Like, hey, you're really rich. Can you just pay for all this when we go to West Virginia? Because it's a thing. Anyway, Sean Payton also continuing on, talking about Jahdae Barron. What will Barron's role look like? Something I had yet to get to. I kind of wanted to get to it today, talking more about Jonah Ellis, Jonah Coleman out there for the Broncos. What about Jahdae Barron? What's his role going to look like for the former first-round pick? Here's what Coach Payton had to say.
There'll be two things. A, he's got position flex inside out, and then there'll be packages I'm sure where, in throwing situations, Vance and those guys will look at what we're wanting to do with our people, but he's out here competing and doing good.
Okay, out here competing, going to be doing good. That's fine. But as a first-rounder, shouldn't he be competing for a starting job? Seriously. And again, the Jahdae Barron pick could have been Omarion Hampton. This team has Jonah Coleman now, so as long as Coleman works out the way that I feel Coleman should work out, again, I would take Jonah Coleman at 30. I had zero hesitations in thinking about Jonah Coleman at 30. Everyone thought I was crazy, but again, I'm not acting crazy because I'm not acting. So because of that, like, if Coleman's good, then the Hampton thing doesn't have to go, oh, they should have had Omarion Hampton. Yeah. If Jonah Coleman's great, baby, it doesn't matter. Omarion Hampton could be whatever he's going to be. But the Jahdae Barron thing, the Sean Payton answer actually kind of didn't like that. Well, there's some packages and package roll and package this and package up that and package that. Caught me stealing boxes, says Sean Payton. I don't know. What the hell did he say there? What did he say of substance? Not really anything. Well, there's packages, and he's out there, and he's looking good. Like, okay, would you tell if he wasn't? Would you tell us if he was terrible? But why wasn't there any sort of mention about you didn't take Jahdae Barron in the first round to be a sub-package player. Hey, that premium pick, that top pick, number one guy, first-rounder guy? Yeah, I mean, he's a nice backup. That doesn't make sense. So a little bit interesting, not necessarily discouraging. I don't want to do the super dramatic radio, which again is a thing. I guess I don't have the calories to work up to that. 4-hour solo will do that in terms about burning calories. But I'm like, I just couldn't he have thrown in like he'll compete for a starting job or he'll compete for the largest role possible, implying a starting job. Because right now it's just an implication. Now I sound like Dennis from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's the implication. Let's get Jahdae Barron out there. It's the implication. The implication is he'll be a sub-package player? Why isn't the implication he'll push Riley Moss for the starting job? Riley Moss, you're on notice, dude. Your contract is coming up. The Denver Broncos may or may not choose to re-sign you. Jahdae Barron, wasn't he drafted to be more than a third corner? And by the way, he's not even better than Jaquan McMillan now, who is the great third corner. And by the way, Chris Abrams-Drain is a great third corner. So I kind of, again, I'm not down on the Jahdae Barron pick, but this is the time. And Sean Payton needs to say it. Say it with your chest. He needs to say it. Like, Jahdae Barron's going to push for a starting job. Why aren't we saying that? Why? Spivak brought up the whole Deion Sanders thing. Like, why are we letting this guy make $1 zillion and it's okay if they win 6 games? The math's not mathing, girl. So with the Jahdae Barron thing, why is Sean Payton saying, like, yeah, it'll be package plays, whatever? That is the math, girl. Why isn't Sean Payton saying, you know, hey, Riley Moss is a great corner. He's going to get pushed by Jahdae Barron. Why can't you say that? I think it'd be kind of nice if he could say that, especially about a former first-round pick. It's Dover and Cecil. Dover is out today, so I'm flying solo. More reaction from Sean Payton, and Sean Payton talking about Jalen Waddle. What was his vision for Jalen Waddle when the Broncos make that move? What's he seeing today with Jalen Waddle out there on the field for the Broncos? We'll go over that next.
Parents, looking for a fun way to get your kid active this summer?
Are you kidding me?
DenverSports 104.3 The Fan's third annual Be a Mentor, Be a Fan Youth Football Camp is back. Brought to you by Walmart. Saturday, June 27th at Denver South High School's All-City Stadium. Your child ages 8 to 14 will learn the fundamentals of football in a safe, hands-on environment from people who played the game at the highest level. We're talking former Denver Broncos Mark Schlereth, Philip Lindsay, and Brandon Stokely, along with a trusted coaching staff from Denver South. And every dollar raised goes to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado. So your family is giving back just by showing up. Sign up today at DenverSports.com/camp. That's DenverSports.com/camp.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes don't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, it starts to wear on you. Here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks. It was easy, and I've kept the weight off.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation. Call and start to feel confident again. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
They'll tell you marketing is complicated, that you need a dozen platforms, 100 dashboards, and a prayer. Forget that. Your customers are right here, listening to this station. Heck, you are right now. Tonight, they're streaming Denver's biggest games. Tomorrow, they're locked into the most talked about podcasts on the planet. We put you in all of it. Radio, streaming, TV, audio, one team, clear data, real results. We've been growing businesses like yours for years. Visit DenverSports.com and click the Advertise With Us button. That's DenverSports.com. Let's get to work.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you have to deal with pain that causes you to struggle climbing stairs, can't kneel down, or even raise your arms, that means you don't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Hey, it's Mike Evans, and I'm here to celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing, not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. You've heard me talk about the team at QC Kinetics, and so many of you have been through their game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, the pain backs off. And they love hearing from you, how we here at The Fan help you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So go find out what you can do. It's a good life out there, folks. Go live it to the fullest. Let's get rid of that pain starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. And if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Spring is the perfect time to get your AC tune-up before the heat arrives. 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning offers tune-ups, repairs, and replacements 24/7. Book at onehouraircolorado.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tomorrow on 104.3 HD2, playoff basketball action continues as San Antonio faces New York in Game 2 starting at 6.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Broncos OTAs going on at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit over the next couple of weeks, followed by mandatory minicamp. So during OTAs, only one day is open to the media. Today is that day. So we've got Sean Payton talking not only about Jahdae Barron and not saying he'd push for a starting job, which is odd. Sean Payton talking about the schedule and what they could do, and Bo Nix and an update, all that. But Jalen Waddle, new Bronco, Jalen Waddle. The vision, Sean Payton's buzzword. He's got a few buzzwords, right? Relative to New Orleans. He always giggles when Kay Adams says anything. So, yes, Sean Payton has a few buzzwords. One of his buzzwords is vision. And I like it. I appreciate it. I appreciate that perspective from Coach. One of the best and brightest minds when it comes to football.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Coach. He did talk about the vision for Jalen Waddle when they made the trade. Here's what Coach Payton had to say.
You could start slot to outside or go outside to slot, just pick. But there was a crystal clear vision prior to the trade as to, all right, this is what we see, this is where he plays, these are the things that we feel like he's exceptional at, and then let's apply him into what we're doing.
Okay, clear-cut vision. Clear-cut vision. This statement and this excitement only feeds into what I've been saying about Jalen Waddle. You are going to see, for the first time with the Denver Broncos, you're going to see the full Sean Payton playbook. Slot to outside or outside slot. Yeah, Coach, baby, we got you. He can be moved around the formation. He can be a boundary receiver. He can be a slot receiver. You can even do a jet sweep with him and see what that does. End around, whatever you want to call it. what can Jalen Waddle do? What can Jalen Waddle do? The answer is anything you want. Anything? Anything. Full Metal Jacket, look it up. So for me, it's like, yeah, Jalen Waddle. I've been saying it, baby. I've been saying this entire time. Jalen Waddle is here to reshape and reform and reconfigure, recalibrate the Denver Broncos offense. You've seen Bo Nix. You haven't seen this version of Bo Nix. You've seen the Sean Payton offense with the Denver Broncos. You haven't seen this version of the Sean Payton offense with the Denver Broncos. And I'm saying one guy, one card, like Bugs Bunny playing 21, one card, one guy can make all the difference, you bet your ass. And it's Jalen Waddle. And he can do that out there because of that position versatility, because of the speed, because of the run after the catch ability, and because of the fact is, Mike Kliss said it earlier, that he can stop on a dime. The entire field. Do you know how dangerous this guy's going to be? Do you know how much defensive attention this guy's going to get? It's all going to be paying attention to Jalen Waddle, what he can do, what he has done, what the Broncos can do more with him. Not only have we not seen the best of Bo Nix, we have not seen the best of Jalen Waddle. Apologies to Tua Tagovailoa, but he's no Bo Nix. He's no Jedi. He's no Bo Nix. And that's where Bo Nix can get the best from Jalen Waddle, and Jalen Waddle can bring out the best in Bo Nix. And the Sean Payton playbook. It's Davis Webb calling plays. Thank God. But it's the Sean Payton playbook. This Sean Payton playbook, I'm telling you, and I don't want to bore you guys with the X's and O's stuff, right? Or worse, because what happens anytime, you go a little too football-y. Listen, when the morning show gets in their football mode and Mark Schler's talking about, you got a Y and you got an F and all those sorts of stuff, all the stuff that I love. It also can be boring to an audience because it's like, just tell me if they're good or not. I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to bore you with the sale concepts and how sale concepts open up the rest of the offense, but it's what Drew Brees ran to perfection. Why was Drew Brees a multi-year 5,000-yard passer? It was sale concepts. We have seen, I don't know, I can count it on one hand of a bad woodshop teacher how many times we've seen sale concepts with the Sean Payton Broncos offense. Seriously. I'd almost say the answer is 0. So, and I'm not going to count the Russell Wilson year because it's Russell Wilson. But during the Bo Nix era, we've seen about 0% of the sale concepts that Sean Payton made famous with Drew Brees. Can Bo Nix be Drew Brees? The eternal question. Bo Nix, he's just like Drew Brees. Baby, slow down. Bo Nix and what he can do if you implement a guy like Jalen Waddle, now that you have as a weapon, if you insert into sale concepts which open the field on both sides for you, not just one side, which forces the defense into making tough decisions, they're likely going to bracket Jalen Waddle. And I'm here to tell you, if they do that, you're dead. You go to bracket Jalen Waddle as a defense, Bo Nix is going to kill you. He's going to crush you. He's going to find that open guy. He's going to find Cord. He's going to find Troy Franklin. He's going to find Pat Bryant. He's going to find Evan Ingram. And yes, even R.J. Harvey is that receiver out of the backfield. So because of Jalen Waddle, you've seen Bo Nix, not this Bo Nix. You've seen Sean Payton with the Broncos, not this version. And yes, Davis Webb calling plays, that'll be a little bit different. But it's going to be more of the good stuff. More Drew Brees-like. We are going to start to see, for the first time ever, with Bo Nix, we're going to start seeing him look more like Drew Brees. I'm not saying 5,000 yards. Don't at me, bro. But if what happens, and what I believe will happen, because knowing what Sean Payton did with Drew Brees, knowing what he hasn't yet done with Bo Nix, because he couldn't. It's not that Bo Nix couldn't. It's the fact that they didn't have the horses, for lack of a better term. They didn't have the weapons, for another term, to actually run the full Sean Payton system. It's there now. A rejuvenated Evan Ingram, Jalen Waddle. It's there now for the Broncos to run the full Sean Payton playbook. How will they use this time to adjust with Waddle? I don't know why that was a question. I don't know who asked the question or how they put it, but it seems odd. Hey, during practice, how are you going to practice? That's a question? I don't know what exactly the question was, so maybe I'm talking out of my backside. But here's what Sean Payton said about how they will use this time to adjust with Waddle.
I think we have a pretty good idea of where, and then it's just the nuances with the routes, what we're calling things, and the correct depths, that type of thing.
Okay, it's just language. It's just language. And Sean Payton has pretty complex language. I've read his plays on air. As a former high school quarterback that could not remember plays like pop, pass, out, I would not be playing football for Sean Payton because his language is like Mandarin. So it's very, very complicated. It's very tough. I guess I should say like English because English is one of the toughest languages to learn. But either way, that's why I struggle with it all the time. Anyway, so during practice, they're going to practice. Thanks. Sean Payton did talk about my man, my number one guy, Jonah Coleman. What did Sean Payton say to get me excited more than I already was about Jonah Coleman? That's next.
It's the ultimate showdown for a great cause.
Setting up the ultimate gold medal showdown.
On June 11th, Brandon Stokely goes head-to-head with Zach By in 100 Holes for Kids. 100 holes of golf. It's a one-day event all to raise money for Recruiting Classroom, whose mission it is to help kids play sports. Who will raise the most? That's where you come in. Pick your player, make your donation, and help kids win. To support Brandon Stokely, head to StokelyCares.com. To support Zach By, head to ZachCares.com.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected online from threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions applies, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required, speeds vary, use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lizzie here. And if you need serious car repairs but don't want the hassle of a shop, All Points Automotive is 100% mobile. From engine rebuilds to transmission replacements and all the mechanical work you need, they come to you guys. To book your appointment, visit allpoints-automotive.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Now at McDonald's, everyone can get more of what they want, when they want it, with McValue. You can choose your wake-up call. You can choose your study meal, or even your drive-through dinner.
Ah, the sun is rising, and our breakfast prices are falling. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin, hash browns, and more for under $3 each. Limited time only. Price or participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It is Dover and Cecil. Cecil Lammy going solo because Dover is out today. And Broncos OTAs going on at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Zach and Phil will be sliding in here for the drive coming up at 2 p.m. Of course, we appreciate you all very much for listening, however you take in the show. So thank you very much for that. Talking about the Denver Broncos and talking about Sean Payton. He said some things. And then he said some other things that are less interesting, but he did get to talk about my man, Jonah Coleman. Now, before I set up the Coleman thing, he does have some, answers, including a little snarky, I don't know, I guess I should ask Zach, because I believe it was Zach's question about if they have a plan for JK. And here's what Sean Payton said.
Yeah, he's at running back, and then sometimes we'll play two of them.
Okay, I think he was just having fun.
Yeah,
I think he was having fun.
Question was like, okay, well, do you have a plan for,
yes.
for
yes.
JK?
Do you have a plan for JK, and then what was that plan? Payton, the J.K. Dobbins impact on the team. This one's a little bit longer, but I think it's very important and highlights how Payton is so fascinated by what J.K. Dobbins can do for his team.
I think if you just take backs around the league and you understand the length, the season is not getting any shorter, it's getting longer. And so he was a big part of our success a year ago. I think certainly where we're at with that running back room today, we feel like is further along than maybe when we first got here. So he's one of those compound multiplier. There's so much that he brings. You usually hear him before you see him in there, probably sometimes out here. He's a tremendous teammate. Yeah, I'm glad he's with us.
Hey, glad you've got him. Now just stay healthy. And if he doesn't stay healthy, the Broncos they made a large mistake. I like to use the country term dummied up. They dummied up last year in trusting J.K. Dobbins. And there's a Sam Kinison line that I use, and I have to clean way up for radio. But if you don't trust the running back, why are you playing the running back? Why in the hell would anybody trust J.K. Dobbins? J.K. Dobbins, you use him up while you can. And I know that's cold-blooded. J.K.'s the nicest guy ever, full stop. Like, he's just the greatest guy, and he's fantastic, and he's great to talk to, and he's, can speak Spanish and all. Like, he's awesome. J.K. Dobbins is awesome. But I can only go on reality, and the reality is he's awesome and he gets hurt all the time. The reality is he's awesome and he's missed more games than he's played. The reality is he's awesome, and you got another back, don't you? Really, they cost this team a Super Bowl. I'm going to use Sean Payton's word against him, or I guess I should say about him. The lack of vision that this team had cost them a Super Bowl. Because J.K. Dobbins goes down and you don't have him in the game against Buffalo and you need to run the tough yards. Now, I give R.J. Harvey full credit for that screen pass. Right side of the field, R.J. Harvey making defenders miss. Like, that was perfect. That's exactly what R.J. Harvey needed to do. But what R.J. Harvey also needed to do that he could not do, I don't want to say can't do, because maybe he's different this year, but he certainly couldn't do it last year, is take over on the ground. R.J. Harvey is a fantastic receiver out of the backfield, and he's a great part of a committee. He's a great co-starter. He's not the man. May have drafted with the idea that he was the man or could be the man. Sean Payton told himself to shut up when he, quote-unquote, discovered R.J. Harvey and had to be quiet so nobody else knew the Broncos liked R.J. Harvey. Okay, coach, whatever. They draft R.J. Harvey. Harvey has the 12 touchdowns. Harvey does great things. And it's a little, I don't know, annoying when someone's like, you just hate R.J. Harvey. I don't hate R.J. Harvey. I just know he's probably not going to be the full-time back that you need him to be. And I'm not even really going to say probably. He could change. He could improve. But for the most part, running backs come into the league, and that's who they are. There's been like one guy that did it differently, and his name was Thomas Jones. I tell the story all the time. It's boring. But, like, there's only one guy that came in as a premium pick that took, like, 4 years to finally get going. Most of the time at running back, you come in, and that's who you are. So with R.J. Harvey, you come in, he's a great receiver. He's a great player in space. He's a great nose for the end zone. He's not going to get 12 touchdowns this year. He's probably going to get 8, 9, 10, something like that. Touchdowns are very difficult to duplicate. So R.J. Harvey's, let's just put the number at 8. I feel real safe saying 8 touchdowns. Not 12. Maybe not even double digits. Touchdowns are very, very difficult to duplicate. Ask any fantasy GM that's worth his salt. So because of that, this team dummied up last year by trusting that J.K. Dobbins would be healthy. They should have traded for Breece Hall at the deadline, whatever. That's all in the past. And now they've drafted Jonah Coleman. And Jonah Coleman is a guy that can come in. Jonah Coleman's the best back they have in pass protection right now, most likely. Jonah Coleman is a 3-down back in the way that R.J. Harvey is not. Again, Harvey is a better receiver out of the backfield. He's more dangerous. Harvey has an established nose for the end zone. I'm not saying that Coleman won't, but let's talk honestly here. I don't want to do pie-in-the-sky radio, okay? That's for Ass Crack and Ball Sack, Mayhem in the AM. That ain't me, girl, all right? So what are we going to do? We're going to tell the truth. That's what we do. And because of that, the truth of Jonah Coleman is merely this. He might be the best back on the team right now. Now, is he going to play right away? No, because J.K. Dobbins is healthy. And obviously you hear Coach Payton go on and on and on about J.K. Dobbins. So important, so relevant, so happy to have him here. Yeah, is he going to stay healthy? You can't tell me yes. In fact, nobody out there, maybe J.K. thinks that, but I have... I don't know, this is probably a little mean, but I'll say it anyway. I have a reality alert for J.K. Dobbins that I hope that he gets, maybe ping him on his phone, however J.K., maybe leave a note in his locker. I don't know. How does J.K. get notifications, right? Can you send him an email? Can you hit him up on Twitter? But J.K. Dobbins needs a dose of reality because he always talks about how he's not injury prone. Dude. Baby, I am not injury prone. I've missed more games than I've played, but I am not injury prone. I'm hurt every year in the NFL, but I'm not injury prone. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. If it looks injury prone and it is injury prone, it's injury prone. So JK, you're the nicest guy ever. Reality time. The reality is you're a top 5 back when you're healthy and you're rarely healthy. Period. And the Broncos were not ready. He wasn't ready. The Broncos weren't ready last year when he went down. It was the dumbest thing they did last year. Besides put in Jarrett Stidham because I guess they had to. I guess I'd say this. The dumbest thing they did last year was Sean Payton pumping up Jarrett Stidham like, just you wait. Just you wait. He's one of the top 32 quarterbacks. He's not even one of the top 32 backup quarterbacks, right? Like, come on, Sean. So this whole J.K. Dobbins thing, like, J.K. is awesome, and you would better be ready when he's hurt. And I don't know if that's week 1. I don't know if it's week 17. I don't know if it's the preseason. I don't know if it's the playoffs. But when J.K. Dobbins, when he gets hurt, you'd better be ready.
You're exactly right.
Thank you, Coach. They're ready this year because of Jonah Coleman. Now, Coleman's got to play in the way that I believe he can play. And again, I would have taken him at 30. I have no issue saying that. They get him in the 4th round, tremendous value. He's got to pay off. He's got to pay off. If he doesn't, I'm going to talk about it. I take my stand on these picks. I'm right about some. I'm wrong about some. I never shy away from the rightness or the wrongness because I hate that. And I get it's part of our job, and I've done it before. I've done it plenty, so I guess I'll save my hatred a little bit. But this isn't about, I told you guys Jonah Coleman could play. You already know that I think Jonah Coleman could play. But if he can't play, and if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be like, I never said that. No, I'll be like, I was wrong about Jonah Coleman. Here's why. And I've said it a million times. My misses tell me more than my hits do. When a player hits, I go, yeah, it's because he's good. When a player misses, I go, what did I miss as an evaluator? And yes, I'm a fake scout or whatever some people want to say in my basement. Sure, awesome. You're exactly right. Why do some NFL teams care about what I think? That's for them to answer, not for me. But I would say this. If I'm wrong about Jonah Coleman or any of the players, I will talk about it because I think it's fascinating. What did I miss? But Jonah Coleman is a player. Instead of dumbing up, so dumb last year, just awful, terrible decision. Just tremendously terrible. Are you kidding me? This team in a Super Bowl window, they were clearly in a Super Bowl window. I mean, clearly. Everyone knows that now. I said it last year. Y'all said I was crazy. It was right. It was right. They're in a Super Bowl window. You have J.K. Dobbins. You're not ready if he goes down. And he's going to go down. And then he did go down. And you didn't trade for Breece Hall. And R.J. Harvey can't do what you need him to do. And Tyler Baday's a guy, right? Jaleel McLaughlin's a guy. I don't want to be mean because it's not mean. In the NFL, if you make it there, Mark Schlereth told me this years ago. You think I'm bad now. I don't know if Amanda would have liked the diesel. But back in the day, well, one, I know the answer is no. She barely likes me. But anyway, back in the day, I was on a show with Mark Schlereth, and I love doing shows with Stink. Stink's the whole reason I'm on the air, because 23 years ago, Stink got me on his radio show, Drive Time Sports, with Mark Schlereth on the good old 760 The Zone. So I love Stink. I love chopping it up with Stink. Stink's the man. Stink's my dude. I love Mark Schlereth. He's tremendous. I don't care how he smells. I look at this, and I remember I was telling Stink, like, this guy sucks, that guy sucks. We go to commercial break. Stink looks over at me and goes, wait, baby. He says, listen, Cease, I know, you think that this guy sucks, but he made it to the NFL. He doesn't suck. And I was like, yeah, Stink, but he sucks. So I understand when you make it to the NFL. Jaleel McLaughlin made it to the NFL from Youngstown and Georgetown State or whatever, like Georgetown College, whatever it was. Like, he made it to the NFL. He doesn't suck, but he's just a guy. And while that's an insult, it's also a reality check. Tyler Baday's just a guy. Jaleel McLaughlin's just a guy. Jonah Coleman is more than that. So they don't have to rely on just a guys when, not if, when J.K. Dobbins is hurt. Here's what Coach said about my guy, Jonah Coleman, and how he's looked so far.
Good. He had a good rookie camp. He's put together well. There's some positions I think that are a little bit more difficult to evaluate. Ultimately with him, as a runner, they have to tackle you, but, he's all football.
I mean, they don't have to tackle you, Coach. Look at any time Jonathan Taylor's played against the Broncos. I mean, you don't have to tackle him. That's evident. That's obvious. Where's Vance Joseph saying that's obvious? Why did VJ say it like that? It's so weird. That's obvious. That's Vance Joseph, everybody. It's Denver Sports, 104 through the Fan, and summer is calling, and we're sending you to the lake in style. Download the Denver Sports app to enter our Day at the Lake contest for your chance to win everything you need for that perfect lake day. Here's what you get. 2 paddle boards, 2 chairs, a cooler, pop-up tent, Bluetooth speaker, and a $250 gift card to fill up the cooler. Download the Denver Sports app now and enter today. It is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS FM in Laramie. Shout out to everyone out there. I've heard from Big E up north that 102.9 comes in beautifully because I think Nebraska has like a religious station or something. That's 104.3 that intrudes on our signal up there. So 102.9 comes in clearly up there, Northern Carolina. First off, Larimer County, and Weld County. You're all my peeps. You're all my peeps. I love you to death. Love you, Weld County. Shout out Grover. Shout out everybody up there. And so glad that we got 102.9 to help us out with the love up there up north. Speaking about, oh, Chris says, what about Baby Hammer? She would love him. Okay. Not exactly sure. I guess I'm just jumping in here. UR says the dumbest thing the Broncos ever did was Paxton Lynch. That was up there. That's for sure.
Thank God we've got the little guy.
Nah, it wasn't a little guy. It was a tall guy.
He's no longer a Bronco.
That's right. UR says Cecil wants a running back like Sammy Sideline Winder. I always said Sammy Winder's rushing style. The Mississippi Mud Walk wasn't Sammy Winder's touchdown dance. It was actually his running style. So there's that. Is the drive here, by the way? Do you know? Yes,
I saw Phil.
Okay.
But, Zach is my...
Tell him to get in here. I've done 4 hours solo, baby. Come
yeah,
on.
I'll get him.
Come on. Kick in the door. Let's go. Come on. Pick it up. Pick it up, everybody. It is Denver Sports 104 through the fan. There's ZB. There's Phil coming in. There's Phil. There he is. I just called you out, Phil. You guys were out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. I have to know as much as you can. And Sean was kidding around with you, right, ZB? I played your answer earlier. I didn't have your question because we don't cut up answers with our questions on them because we don't need to hear our own voices. I guess we hear them enough. But he was kidding with you, right? When you asked about JK, you asked a question and then you asked a second question. But he was in a good mood, it seemed like.
Well, not in like the best mood that we've seen him, but not in the worst mood. Like he was just kind of in between.
You always have to gauge that with Sean.
Totally.
Every time you go into a Sean press conference, I've got a few questions, but then I wait to see how he is before I ask them.
Yep.
Because he'll either rip you up down one side or joke around with you like he did today.
We were part of yours, Cease. When remember that because it was the tight end.
Oh, yeah,
tight end
yeah.
question.
Yeah.
He was not in a good mood, was he not?
No, about Lucas Kroll. Like, the best tight end or the best? And I was like, the best.
and that day, the way he walked in the room, I remember going,
yeah.
Ooh.
He was haggard.
Ooh.
He was haggard.
He was.
There's been a few times, and I'm glad, and I'm so glad we can talk about this because others won't. Like Sean Payton a few times this offseason before the draft, I was like, can he get some sleep? Like, dude, and I'm an older man as well. Sean's about 10 years older than me, but like you can't go hard all the time. Sean Payton goes hard. And I'm talking about work, but also I'm not talking about work.
Yeah.
He goes hard off and on the field.
Yeah, he does.
You can't do that when you're 60 plus. You just can't. And there's times this offseason I'm like, Sean, you need some sleep because you look like hell. And then during the draft, like post-draft, he looked really good.
He did.
So I assume today he was looking good, feeling good for the most part, and not in a terrible mood, I guess?
No, he wasn't in a terrible mood. And what I wanted to know was, I said, well, it was interesting also how I worded it, because what is the number one phrase do you think that Sean Payton has used since coming to Denver? And
Vision?
I'm putting you on the spot.
Vision?
Or
relative to?
Relative to.
Yeah.
In terms of an entire statement, he will say, and he must have said it 25 times into a microphone the last 3 years, confidence can only come from a place of demonstrated ability.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the old Bill Parcells, quote.
Right.
And I asked him about J.K. Dobbins. I said, J.K. wasn't here with you guys this time last year. Did you guys put together a plan for J.K.?
Right.
And what gives you confidence that this is the year he'll stay healthy when he has never demonstrated
Wait, you asked that great question and gave you that crappy answer?
So his first...
I can play the answer if you want.
He kind of cut you off a little bit at the beginning.
Because your question, I didn't know that was your question. That's an outstanding question.
I appreciate it.
You didn't just ask, what's the plan for JK?
No, right. So
that's not a good question. Your question is excellent.
So actually, in this case, and I know you were just having fun a minute ago, In this specific case, because I think you're right more oftentimes than not, Cecil, that you don't necessarily need the question in the answer, but in this specific case, it actually would be useful.
Yeah.
So that was my question. I said, do you guys have a plan in place for him, and what gives you confidence that he will stay healthy when he has never demonstrated that before?
Great question.
And so that's when he gave the longer explanation about J.K. Dobbins being a force multiplier.
Yeah, that's a 29-second answer. That's a good answer.
So that was his initial answer. Then someone else went to go ask another question, but he didn't answer my question about having a plan for him. So I jumped back in and said, do you guys have a tailored plan for him? And that's when he says, yes. Oh, go ahead.
He said this.
Yeah, he's at running back, and then sometimes we'll play two of them.
Right, so at that point, he doesn't want to answer the question. He purposefully didn't answer it initially.
Which gives us an answer.
In some ways it does, but that's why I wanted to do a follow-up before anyone else jumped in. Like, but is there a plan? Because you didn't answer that part.
Yes.
And he said, yeah, there's a plan. He's going to play running back, and sometimes we're going to use two of them.
Okay.
And it's like, okay, so clearly, look, but he said it with a smile on his face. He's having fun with me. I don't take it personal.
No.
Quite frankly, there has been a really good level of respect from Sean Payton to me.
You guys have had
in the
some
last
good
3 years.
back and forth.
I think he enjoys your questions, to be honest with you.
They're real
you know
questions.
How Sean is. When you ask a really good question, Sean is going to answer it usually the right way. If he does not like you or he thinks that you're asking a lazy question, he's going to be upfront or he's going to be mean to you.
Or super short.
Yeah, and for you, ZB, it seems like he always answers the question the right way. He loves you. Maybe he hates you a little bit. Who knows?
It might be somewhere in between because
it's both,
probably.
Because you guys know this. We're all on a similar journey here. Like, we have to be critical.
Yeah.
We're not like we don't work for the team. Like, we have to be real. And if we're not real and authentic, our listeners will sniff it out quicker than a hiccup.
Right. And by the way, everyone already knows this, but that's all they listen to is the fan over there. Sorry to any affiliate they have, but like the whole building, they're dialed in right here to what we say.
I could tell you that. I could have told you that.
Sean knows what you all
Yeah. And
I'm pointing at you, not me. I totally say nothing but nice things about Sean, but he knows what all of us say.
Yeah.
He knows, or he's told what we say.
But here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. That's when it pays to just be fair.
Yes.
Just be fair.
Be real.
Exactly. Be authentic. When criticism is required, we criticize. When praise is required, we praise.
Yes, sir.
And you're always going to have detractors that say, you guys say too much of this, you guys say too much of that.
You're negative.
But it's clickbait.
But I
Yes,
know
like that.
But I know when I hear it from both sides that I'm not doing enough of this, and then the other side says I'm doing too much of this, I'm striking a nice balance, and I think that I'm saying that to say that I think Sean Payton appreciates it. I do. I think he appreciates people who are just real, because Sean knows he's not perfect. None of us are.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's not above reproach or criticism. Sean, you should have went for 3. He knows that in his heart of hearts.
Yeah.
So when he hears that criticism, I'm not dragging the guy through the mud, and never will.
No.
So,
but you're going to tell the truth about the guy. I just spent the segment before you guys came in and talking about J.K. Dobbins, how they dummied up and didn't have a plan when J.K. was hurt. Now they do because of Jonah Coleman. So, Phil, lie to me if you have to.
Oh, I'm a
lie to me
baby.
if you have to. And then tell me it was a lie, but just let me. Jonah looked pretty good, right? Jonah, I mean, we can't see much.
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
but I have yet to see Jonah Coleman in a Broncos uniform, and I can't wait for the first time I get to see him like you did.
You know what? I was excited to see Jonah Coleman out there, and for the beginning of OTAs, he does look really, really good. He looks, springy. He's catching really well.
that.
Actually, I was surprised at how well he was catching just with his hands. You can say, like, hey, he's a natural catcher.
He's a plucker.
And has the ability to get upfield. I'm excited to see what Davis Webb and Sean Payton do with him in between the tackles. And it's going to be a fun year as long as Jonah Coleman can continue to grow as a pass catcher, but as a blocker, as a protector to protect Bo Nix and read the defense and be able to pick up those blitzes. So it's going to be fun to see, but I was impressed with Jonah Coleman from the start.
Nice. I can't wait to listen to the drive today, see what else you guys have to say. But ZB, super quick, you and I, like, doing solo stuff, we don't get to do it very often.
Right.
When we do, and listen, I miss my man Dover. I'm better with Dover, right? Fun, chemistry, whatever. But doing stuff by yourself, it's a different skill set.
Totally.
I love when I get to hear you do it. Not that I don't want you with Phil, but it's like
That hurts.
it's just one of those skill sets. Like
it's completely different
it's
than
a
two-man
totally
radio.
different feel, man. And I wasn't prepared for this, so I just am driving in. They're like, "Hey, Dover's going to be out today," and I was like, "Oh." okay, so it's a different headspace, but I love when you do it. I used to like doing solo shows.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's like, I like doing Dover and Cecil, but today with solo, it was good to kind of
get it back,
get the dust off a little bit. You know
and
what I
sharpen
mean?
that tool. That's the phrase that I use when I get to do it. Sharpen that tool. I love to do it. I grew up, listening to that style of radio with Jim Rome, and then Colin Cowherd really took over as my favorite. Yeah. No, if I had my choice, you think Phil would be here? Are you kidding me?
Damn! Wow,
Phil, I'm sorry, Phil.
I had ZB on the ropes a couple days. Now you want to get rid of me?
Whoa!
No one was on the ropes, C's. No, I was in the middle of the ring like Max Holloway, just banging it out.
Phil's trying to bite your ear. Right. Well, I look forward to what you guys have to say about OTAs because it's here, man, and it's back. And while it doesn't mean everything, it doesn't mean nothing. The observations you guys have, which I can't wait to hear, it's not 0%. It's OTAs. It's a smaller percent. You don't see much, but you see something.
For somebody out there, it means everything to it. And a guy like me, it meant everything too, because it was the reason why I was able to get a step in the door. All right, coming from OTAs to the first day of camp, I was number 1 on the depth chart as a kick and punt returner.
There you go.
Specifically, a kick returner.
We're number 2.
Yes, all because of OTAs. So it means the world to a lot of guys that are on the bubble right now.
Yeah, and we were, I think, we might have been the only show in the market that had both of the hosts there.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people there. Like when I say there was a lot of people there, no joke, there was more people covering a Bronco OTA practice than covered the Colorado Avalanche in the Western Conference Finals. Digest that. I mean, it was